and continue to support Ukraine. This is why it's vital that our citizens understand these decisions and that they see what is at stake for them and for the security. NATO is honored to launch this summit public forum with 4 fantastic partners: the German Marshall Fund of the United States, the Munich Security Conference, the Atlantic Council, and our Lithuanian co-host, the Eastern Europe Studies Center, whose director, Linas Kojala, is here with me to open this event today. Linas, I'm very excited about the program. It has been really hard, but I think we have a great lineup. So what discussion are you looking forward the most?
Your Excellencies, dear Carmen, I'm so excited that I've lost my voice almost. But it's going to be an exciting event. We're going to have discussions on support for Ukraine, on deterrence and defense, on technology and climate change. So all the things that are on the agenda for political leaders as well. So it's going to be a successful event, that I know and can guarantee, because we have a fantastic team that contributed to this for more than 1 year. So I would like to thank the partners, the think tanks, NATO, PDD, all the staff that's working here hard for days and weeks to make it perfect. And I'm going to be sure it's going to be the best NATO public forum ever.
And why? Why is that going to be like this? Because actually this forum brings together some of the brightest minds to help promote a better understanding of what our leaders will be discussing only a few rooms away. And here we will be debating how NATO will continue to adapt to meet today's security challenges and threats. Together with Linas, we look forward to a lively debate between you, the experts, the academics, the journalists, the young influencers. We also have many young influencers, and our leaders. And this will help to add color and substance to some of the most pressing issues, important issues on NATO's political agenda. So looking around the room, Linas, I think we can say that you and our audience online will contribute to a fascinating discussion. With this, I'm pleased to welcome on stage our NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg. Please.
Oh, maybe you should sit there. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Andrea Mitchell, Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent for NBC News and host of Andrea Mitchell Reports on MSNBC. And it is my great honor to be here to have a conversation with the Secretary General. And thank you so much for the invitation to this forum. Secretary General, first, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
On the extension of yet another year. In the middle of a war, I think the world is grateful that you are here to continue to lead this organization. I want to talk to you about the message that you want to send from this meeting, this summit. Importantly, of course, there is the news that you have announced, that you have persuaded Turkey to accept Sweden's entry. How did you manage to achieve that? What concessions has NATO given, or others given, the U.S., perhaps, to get President Erdogan, to agree?
So first of all, you can read everything in the statement we issued yesterday. So you can just log on the NATO homepage.
But you have to give us the backstory.
No, yeah, but that tells actually what we have agreed. And first of all, the most important message is that this summit is already historic before it has started, because we have now in place Swedish membership. Sweden will become a full-fledged member of this alliance. That's good for Sweden, it's good for Turkey, and it's good for the whole of NATO. And it's also good for the Baltic region. And we have the president of Lithuania, our host nation for this summit, President Nausėda, and also Prime Minister Kaja Kallas here. And they know that with both Finland and Sweden into the alliance, the whole task of protecting the Baltic area becomes so much easier for this alliance. So this is important for the whole of NATO, but in particular this region. So this is an historic decision, an historic moment, and an historic summit. And then people think it's very mysterious, but it's not very mysterious. It's actually the fact that this is in the interest of Turkey. And then, of course, Turkey very early raised some legitimate security concerns related to terrorism. And since Madrid, where we agreed to invite both countries, Finland and Sweden, we have stepped up, and in particular Sweden and Turkey has stepped up what they do together to fight terrorism. Sweden has amended its constitution. Sweden has strengthened counter-terrorism laws. They have established mechanisms to work more closely to exchange intelligence and information between Sweden and Turkey. And just a few days ago, we had a decision in the Swedish court where a member of PKK was convicted to help to finance terrorism. These are the kind of examples and implementation of the agreement in Madrid that enabled the announcement yesterday. So as a neighbor of Sweden, it's great to have Sweden as a full member. We will all be safer.
But would you expect that Turkey will be getting F-16s from the United States?
That's a decision by the United States, and it has been made very clear by Turkey that they don't see any link, because we have stated, I have stated, and NATO has also been clear that we should do what we can to remove and eliminate restrictions on arms exports between allies. And I welcome any dialogue between Turkey and the United States on F-16s, but that's not part of the agreement we reached yesterday.
How quickly can Sweden be admitted?
President Erdogan promised yesterday to submit the ratification papers as soon as possible to the Grand National Assembly. And then, of course, they have to have the parliamentary process in Turkey. So it's not for me to go into the details about the exact timelines. The Turkish parliament is not in session now, but the most important thing is that we have a clear decision by Turkey that they will ratify, they will submit the accession protocol, and therefore I'm absolutely confident that we have now solved the main issue, that there will be also ratification in Turkey.
Now, I know that there's a great interest in projecting the unity of the alliance, which you have helped bring together and which our countries have all worked very hard on. But there are disagreements. Let me talk about cluster bombs, because there are so many countries, the UK, France, Germany, more than 100 nations have banned their use of the cluster munitions. President Biden has indicated it was a very difficult decision and that he thought it was necessary because of the shortage of ammunition. We all knew the counteroffensive was going to begin. Why haven't the countries provided enough ammunition, enough munitions, conventional munitions, so that there would be no need for these dreadful weapons?
I think we all have to realize that this war has now become, and actually been for many months, a war of attrition. And a war of attrition is a battle of logistics. The need to supply with ammunition, with spare parts, with fuel, with repair, with maintenance is enormous. And of course, we realized that also just last fall. So we started to engage with industry from the NATO side, individual allies, and slowly production is now increasing, ramping up. I welcome that. But the problem is that since we didn't have big enough stocks in the beginning, and since production capacity was not big enough when this war started, it takes some time before we have all the production capacity in place. So in that meantime, the supply of ammunition is a challenge. So far, allies have depleted stocks, but of course, in the long run, that's not a sustainable option. We need to get up production. And we are very focused on that. At the last NATO Defense Ministerial meeting, we met with the industry, and now gradually more and more allies are signing long-term contracts. We also use the NATO Support and Procurement Agency to have joint procurement to utilize the economy of scale to get our unit costs. The EU is also doing a lot to increase production. So all these efforts are gradually having an impact. We welcome that. But there remains the fact that at least in the short run, there is a challenge that Ukraine is running low on ammunition, and therefore we need to do whatever we can to supply them with as much ammunition as we can. Then on the specific issue of exactly what kind of ammunition, that's a national decision of each and every ally. Some allies have signed the Convention on cluster ammunition. Some allies have not. So this is not a NATO position. Allies have different positions on that convention. What we need to understand is that cluster ammunition has been used on both sides in this war already. They are already in use in the conflict. The difference is that Russia is using cluster ammunition to invade another country, to occupy Ukraine, while Ukraine is using cluster ammunition to defend itself against the Russian aggression.
President Zelensky has acknowledged that it is very hard going. Russia's defenses are embedded and the terrain is much more difficult. How critical is this counteroffensive? Are you concerned that this could become a frozen conflict?
So wars are by nature unpredictable. Wars tend to last longer than we expect. But our only answer is that we need to stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. And we need to step up and sustain our support to Ukraine. That will be the clear message from this summit. That has been the message from NATO allies and partners now since the war started. And then we have to remember that the war actually started in 2014. What we saw in February last year was the full-fledged invasion, and NATO allies have been provided support to Ukraine since 2014. Then we stepped up after full-fledged invasion. Yes, the counter-offensive is of course extremely important. The Ukrainians are gaining ground. They are pushing back the Russian occupiers, but they meet fierce resistance. They're dug in Russian positions, prepared defenses, minefields, dragon teeth, and a lot of other fixed defenses. Of course, this is a challenge, but again, the only answer from our side is to support Ukraine.
Are you confident that this summit will agree on security guarantees for Ukraine post-war?
I'm confident that we will make strong and united decisions on Ukraine, both to sustain and step up our support. I'm also confident that on the membership issue, allies will reaffirm that Ukraine will become a member. And I put forward at the foreign ministerial meeting in Oslo in May a package on how to move forward on the membership issue. And that was a package of 3 elements. One was to step up practical support, not least to have a multi-year program to ensure that Ukrainian forces become fully interoperable with NATO forces. That's the first element. The second element is to strengthen the political ties with establishing the NATO-Ukraine Council, and I expect us to have we will have the inaugural meeting tomorrow, and that will be a new body that actually ensures that we meet as equals, Ukraine and all the NATO allies, and also a council that can make decisions. And the third element in the package I put forward at the foreign ministerial meeting in May was to remove the requirement for membership action plan, because Ukraine has come a long way since we made that decision in 2008 that the next step will be a membership action plan. Ukraine is much closer to NATO, so I think the time has come to reflect that in also the NATO decisions. So all put together, including that we make clear that Ukraine will become a member, we remove the membership action plan, we make their forces interoperable NATO forces, we establish the NATO-Ukraine Council, all that together will send a very strong and positive message from NATO to Ukraine.
Are you concerned about, as this war becomes more protracted, are you concerned, though, about pressure for negotiations and lack of support in the United States in an election year, which we're hearing from some quarters in both parties?
Also, what we have seen is an enormous will from all allies across Europe and North America to support Ukraine. And if you look at the opinion polls, the support remains very high. Of course, it varies a bit between countries. It goes a bit up and down, but the main message is strong bipartisan support in the United States, but also across Europe and Canada to stand by Ukraine. And I think the support for Ukraine is strong, partly because people feel solidarity with Ukraine. It will be a tragedy for Ukraine if President Putin wins. But I think also people realize the very simple fact that if President Putin wins in Ukraine, it will be not only bad for Ukrainians, it will be dangerous for us. Because then the message will be to all authoritarian leaders that when they use military force, when they violate international law, when they invade another country, they get what they want. And that will make the world even more dangerous, and we will become more vulnerable. So it's in our security interest to support Ukraine, and that's the reason
Deterrence in Vilnius, the historical capital of Lithuania, celebrating its 700 years anniversary. 7 centuries ago, Grand Duke Gediminas sent letters to European cities introducing Vilnius as a vibrant and progressive city, open to visionary ideas of the Western civilization, where Lithuania always belonged. We are meeting in the city that is only several hundred kilometers away from the front line of the cruel and devastating war in Ukraine, still being waged by Russia. Among all the NATO capitals, Vilnius is the one geographically closest to Kiev. And this closeness is a powerful symbol by itself. Yet symbols are powerless to deter the aggression, let alone stop one. That is exactly why the NATO summit is gathering here in Vilnius, to rise to the challenge and to adopt much-needed decisions that would strengthen our security. I sincerely hope that we will. By meeting in Vilnius, we reaffirm at least 3 crucially important truths. First, the security of the alliance is indivisible. Every inch of the Allied territory will be collectively defended from day one. We will work relentlessly to further improve our deterrence and forward defense. Second, Ukraine's rightful place is in NATO. We must deepen political and practical bonds with Ukraine, defining a clear pathway towards Ukraine's membership in NATO. At the same time, we must continue providing uninterrupted financial and military support till the very moment of Ukraine's victory. Third, our alliance needs deeper partnerships with like-minded countries around the globe, from Western Balkans and South Caucasus to the Indo-Pacific. Dear participants of the forum, Russia poses the most significant and direct threat to our alliance. Therefore, deterring and containing Russia remains a key task for the foreseeable future. I am glad to note that NATO is rising to that challenge. All allies stand firm and united behind Article 5 commitments. The alliance is already making history in Vilnius by approving the new generation defense plans. It is also vitally important to complete the assignment of the necessary forces and capabilities and make those plans executable by the end of this year. Scaling up military presence in the allied countries most exposed to threat and in the areas of particular strategic importance for the alliance is an existential necessity, not a whim. I welcome the announcements of Germany in this respect, and I am confident that by 2026, in place, a combat-ready German-led NATO brigade in Lithuania will become the best proof of Zeitenwende in action. A more serious approach to defense investment is also necessary. I am glad to see this topic as a starting item on the public forum's agenda. Preventing the war is always cheaper than defending against aggression. I expect that your insights on this subject will echo in the bigger public support for increased defense spending, as well as in more ambitious governmental decisions. 2% of GDP for defense must become a bare minimum, the floor and not the ceiling anymore. We must also take decisions on Ukraine. For 15 years since Bucharest, we have been repeating the same mantras that one day Ukraine will join NATO. but we never took any tangible step forward on that path. At the same time, Russia did not hesitate to take the initiative invading Georgia in 2008, illegally annexing Crimea, destabilizing Donbass, and launching full-scale military invasion in Ukraine. It is time to change the paradigm. There will be no security and stability in Europe unless Ukraine's future is clearly defined. A clear pathway to the membership in NATO is something we owe to Ukraine. Only Article 5 can provide real security guarantees, which would deter Russia from any future aggression. There are no other miraculous alternatives. Tomorrow, we will be having a first meeting of NATO-Ukraine Council, a significant upgrade of our practical and political partnership. I also hope we will pave the pathway towards Ukraine's membership in NATO, to be followed by the invitation as soon as circumstances allow. Nobody and no one, including us, should deprive Ukraine of their choice. Dear friends, we have no luxury of dealing only with one threat or challenge at a time anymore. The complexity of global security environment, and especially increasing challenges to the rules-based international order coming from authoritarian states, requires strengthening cooperation within NATO. The current NATO strategic concept has acknowledged China as a systemic challenger to the transatlantic security. I strongly believe that reducing economic and energy dependency on the autocratic regimes is vital to our interests and values. From now on, de-risking is our path forward, and we must take it seriously. I'm happy to welcome at the Vilnius summit our partners from the Indo-Pacific region. We have a shared responsibility to defend and strengthen the rules-based international order, and developing trusted partnerships in the only way to increase economic resilience and contribute to regional and international peace and stability. We also need a fresh, pragmatic, and coherent policy on the South. It has multifaceted consequences to the allies. I expect your substantive reflection on the challenges and opportunities in the South. It is also crucial to continue discussions on energy, cyber, and technological security, as well as on innovations, hybrid threats, and climate change. All these aspects that I have mentioned are essential pieces of the great security. Addressing them, we would empower the alliance and make it more capable to respond to any threat from any direction. Lastly, I expect we will end the summit in Vilnius as a summit of 32, with Sweden becoming a full-fledged member of NATO. Actually, it's already happening in front of our eyes. I wish you all great success in all your deliberations today. Let this public forum of the NATO summit contribute to the better teamwork between experts and policymakers, to better public understanding and awareness of the complexity of the threats to Euro-Atlantic security, and to our common responsibility to protect and defend it. Thank you.
It was an honor to hear from the President of Lithuania right after we have heard from the NATO Secretary General. This looks like a promising start of the morning. Before we continue with our distinguished guests, please remember that to address a question in the room, you must raise your hand and wait for the moderator to invite you to the microphone. For those watching us online, You can address your questions by registering on the event website, NATO Public Forum 2023.lt. Once registered, follow the registration link received by email to access Slido. On with our forum. Now I would like to introduce Heather Conley. She is the president of the German Marshall Fund of the United States, and she will present the next panelists.
Since 2019, the Military Committee has been working on these regional defense plans, upwards of 4 pages of classified material. What I want him to do is just give you the 2-minute description of these 3 regional defense plans, the deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area, and then I want to bring our prime ministers into the conversation, what this means. I think this panel, with all due respect to the focus, the exciting news about Sweden that the Secretary General noted today, the important information about Ukraine, this conversation about defending NATO, this generational shift in thinking, I think is the most important thing we're going to talk about today. So there you have it. You, Admiral Bauer, 2 minutes or less. Tell everyone in the audience what they need to know about these 3 regional defense plans.
Okay. We actually now have the plans in place for defending our alliance every inch. And that is basically going back to collective defense. That is the big change. It is based on 2 threats, Russia and terror groups. That is also a big change, that we base our plans on threats. And therefore, we are now working towards, so the regional plans basically look at how do you do that? How do you deter and defend against those two threats, given the geography of the different regions? High north in Europe and in the south of Europe. And so that is the practical work of the plans. Out of those plans come then a set of capabilities that you actually need to do the work with, which is the airplanes, the ships, the brigades, etc., etc. So that is the next step, that we talk about what is the set of capabilities we need in all domains: cyber, space, maritime, land, and air. So the set of capabilities is the force structure requirement. The next step is then, how do you command and control these forces once we have them? And the challenge for the next couple of years is that the nations that have agreed to this in this summit, to all these plans, to this force structure requirements, to the command and control adaptation, are going to do what is necessary in terms of getting more people at a higher readiness, more soldiers at a higher readiness, getting the capabilities, buying the systems that we need. So it is more investments. It is investments in infrastructure. It is investments in enablement of, good morning. It is investments in enablement to make sure that we do not only have the fighting forces, but also that we are able to have the logistics in place, that we are able to support the fight, as we now see in Ukraine is so difficult.
So 3 regional defense plans, high north in the Atlantic, the central plan, which covers the Baltics to the Alps, I think is how you've described it, and then Southeast Europe. Those 3 regional defense plans. Prime Minister Trudeau, welcome.
Good morning. Apologies for
No. I call this perfect timing because I'm going to throw the first question to you. So no rest for the weary. I'm sorry. Admiral Bauer just described these 3 plans, and really, you just arrived to Vilnius from Riga, where you made a historic announcement about an additional 2,200 Canadian forces that will be in Latvia, a 2.6 billion Canadian dollar contribution. So this obviously has huge implications for Canada's role along the eastern flank, but the regional defense plans also have implications for Canada in the high north and the North Atlantic, a huge area of protection for Canada. Help us understand what these regional defense plans will mean for Canada, and how do you as Prime Minister, convey this to your citizens, how important this is to their security?
Well, I think one of the things that our citizens across all our countries are understanding right now is the world is changing, and not necessarily in reassuring ways. The aggressive posture, not just of Russia in its invasion of Ukraine, but the rise of authoritarian powers that are trying to push the limits of the rules-based order, challenge in every function that they can, try and make might right once again, means we have to be absolutely unequivocal in standing up for them and bringing our citizens along. There's no question that in Canada, like everywhere, inflation's a challenge, housing prices are a challenge, labor shortages are a challenge, the hangovers from the pandemic, worries about climate change. There's so many things going on that additioning to this geopolitical instability as something we also have to step up and spend on, requires explaining, but not that much explaining. Canadians understand deeply how if Russia is successful in redrawing lines on a map in Ukraine, then everything else around the world becomes more dangerous and more destabilized. And people are now fully convinced that what happens on the other side of the world does have an impact on them. So Canadians have been extremely supportive of the close to $8 billion that we've invested in military, financial, and humanitarian support to Ukraine over the past short while. And they're also very enthusiastic about what I was announcing with Kristianis yesterday, which, as you say, is a doubling of the Canadian contingent in Latvia as we move towards brigade side, along with others, because holding and strengthening NATO's eastern flank against Russia is unbelievably important. But just last summer, I was up in Cambridge Bay, Nunavut, which is one of our more northern communities, with Jens Stoltenberg to talk about the posture around the Arctic, to make investments in not just in military in the Arctic, but in Arctic sovereignty, which for us goes through the people who live in the Arctic. Infrastructure, communities, economic opportunities, protection of the climate, presence, and active use of Canada's Arctic as part of how we're going to make sure that as, unfortunately, the Arctic becomes a more and more accessible theater of operations or of interference or of exploit, as Rob was pointing out.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Kersh, I'd love to hear from your perspective. Obviously, this is an incredibly welcome announcement. What are the challenges very specifically for Latvia integrating Latvian national defense plans into NATO defense plans? Admiral Bauer, I think that is really one of the key challenges of these regional defense plans. And is Latvia sort of struggling a little bit as Lithuania has with the hosting of these additional forces? You have to provide that needed infrastructure. Would welcome your thoughts on how citizens are welcoming this news.
Well, citizens in Latvia are very welcoming. The only disagreement with Canada is occasionally on the ice hockey rink, but otherwise, there's no. There really it's understood the Canadian commitment, and now the additional commitment is very appreciated. But remember, in our country, the development of our also thinking about defense. So prior to 2016, when Russia, with the special operations, annexed Crimea, I think there was a general thinking, not only in my country, but in many NATO countries, that sort of a real attack and territorial defense is maybe not the #1 priority. Since 2016, all of that has changed. So we have the Baltic air policing. The Canadians came in with the EFP. The EFP today has 11 NATO countries, and the Canadian leadership has cracked the nut of making 11 different armies actually be able to work together, units from different militaries. Everyone is in the same standard, but when it comes down to practicalities, people are speaking different languages, different procedures to get all of that working. Now,
Canadians do diversity well.
Yeah, I think so. And now what they're doing is the nut that has been cracked, they're basically doubling the size of that nut. So it's an order of magnitude, not necessarily a new challenge. Now, from our side, we have regionally, I think it's still the largest military base in Ādis in Latvia. We have approved, appointed money, and the laws have been passed for a new training area, a 5th or 6th training area in Latvia, which will be more than twice the size of the existing one, and actually larger than all the other bases combined, some 25,000 square kilometers. It's a huge, maybe I got that number wrong. Well, you can find it on the website at any rate. But it's a huge training area, so we're making all the investments to host everyone, because also we've reintroduced the conscription in our military. Our defense spending, we were planning on hitting 3% in 2027. Now we've moved forward with the conscription, with a purchase of air defense, with purchase of coastal defense, and with advanced purchase of the rocket artillery, the HIMARS systems. My finance ministry says we could hit 3% next year of defense spending. So we have really upped the game in terms of what we're doing ourselves. The Canadians are, of course, taking a great leadership position here, and we will have additional training areas. So it's sort of doing everything that we've been doing for the past 5-6 years and doing it on a grander scale.
And pressing the foot down on the accelerator, absolutely. Prime Minister Kallas, as I mentioned, Estonia has a 183-mile border with Russia. You've been exceptionally articulate and outspoken about NATO's laser-like focus on defense. In May, Spring Storm, which was the largest NATO exercise in Estonia's history, I mean, how does these strong regional defense plans, what are the impact for Estonia? Would you like to see a larger British presence there. We had, obviously the UK had 1,500 forces for that exercise. Do you want to see a more beefed up physical presence? What do you think is missing, if anything? What are the challenges that Estonia faces with integrating these forces?
Yeah, first of all, I must say that I'm super happy that we got so strong decisions in Madrid, and now we have the plans that are actually the implementation of those decisions. But what we need to do is that our forces are combat ready. I mean, the Allied forces integrated with our own national forces. The plans are all about that, how that functions, pre-positioned equipment, you know, more ammunition. But what it comes down to is that where are the plans only on paper, or are they really doable and implemented in real life? And that comes down to the defense spending that all the allies are doing. And when I was looking up the figures, it was interesting to see that in 1988, all the allies, NATO's allies invested 2% of their GDP to defense. And why? Because the threat was real. The Cold War and the threat was real. And now 11 allies are doing that, and I have the feeling that maybe there is no such understanding to everybody, or that the threat is real, and even more real as we have a conventional war going on. So what we really have to do is boost our own defense spending, and that means also giving assurances to the defense industry to boost their production, because what we see here, I mean, they talk about the cluster ammunition, it is related to not having other things to give. So in order to be really ready to defend ourselves, we really have to fulfill those plans with the war-fighting capabilities and be combat ready in case it's needed, and it is all necessary for it to be never needed, because then it acts as a deterrence when it's credible.
You've actually advocated for NATO thinking about a new floor for defense spending at 2.5% or even higher. Do you think that's where NATO needs to press all members? Of course, the Wales commitment will be honored next year at the Washington summit, that 2%, does it need to be higher to fulfill these plans? I'll ask that to you, Admiral.
Of course, every ally decides themselves, and it is already, if everybody would do this 2%, that would be already a great deal. I would just, illustrate this. I mean, the period from 1999 to 2021, all the European allies of NATO increased their investment in defense by 23.9%. And US, the same period, 65.7%. And now Russia, the same period of time, 292%. And China, the same period of time, 592% increase. So the point is that the threat is real, and we have to do more. And one more historical fact. In 1933, the investment spending in defense in Estonia was record low because there was no political support. You have other things, investing in education, social affairs, all the worries that you have, domestic problems. And in 1939, it was clear that you have to boost the investment in defense, but it was already too late. It's not like with COVID that we can react when the problem is here, and we can get our act together and react then, but we have to really prepare in advance so that we would not find ourselves in this situation.
Admiral Bauer, I think two questions for me. I mean, do we need the capabilities that are required to implement these regional defense plans? Is spending on track? And there's a time horizon here. As you yourself have said, this is going to take several years. The exercises, the personnel, the capabilities. Do we have that time? How do you manage that? And then I'm going to turn and talk a little bit about Ukraine and the implications there for...
I think I fully agree with Prime Minister Kallas. Time is of the essence here. After we have agreed, the leaders have agreed to the plans. And that's great news, because it is historic that we now have for the first time in many, many decades, real plans for changed and much better plans for collective defense. So But it starts now with doing what we need to do. And that's what I said. It is the investments. It's not only about the money. The money is necessary to be able to invest. But it's also about more personnel, doing the right sort of exercises, exercising against those plans. No fictitious scenarios anymore. We talk about Russia as a threat in the scenarios. And so we need to do all these things as soon as possible. But it will take time, because recruiting more soldiers, building infrastructure, and it's not only in defense, it's also military mobility in Europe. It's still a problem. That is not easy to move things through Europe if it comes to the military and ammunition. And in a war, you want to move ammunition as food through Europe. And it's not easy. It's still a lot of restrictions. So we need together to feel the urgency to actually make it work. And it's not only about the money, there's a lot of work to be done, and it starts tomorrow after the decision, after the summit. We all have to start doing what is necessary to make it work. And it will be difficult, and it will take time, because it is not a switch, it is a path from where we are to where we need to go. There is a little bit of time, that's the good news, because the Russians are not as good as they were when they started the war. So we have a bit of time, because the plans are based on the strength of the Russians when the war started. So if they reconstitute to that position, we're still in a good position with our plans. But we need to do everything that is necessary, and Prime Minister Kallas talked about the industry. That is a serious issue still, that we have to find the right people to connect and to make sure the money becomes available for investments, that they start to invest and to make larger production facilities. It's simple as that.
I know you've been working since 2019, but the work begins today, and that urgency, that's the clear message. Prime Minister Trudeau, I'd like to change slightly, but it's the same thing. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Kuleba wrote in Foreign Policy a few days ago, he was making an argument that let's not think what NATO can do for Ukraine as we contemplate the packages, but what Ukraine can do for NATO. And he was suggesting that a Ukrainian brigade is going to be defending NATO's eastern flank, a hardened, capable Ukrainian military. Are we not thinking sufficiently about how the Ukrainian military, when they are in NATO, will actually be a huge additive to protecting NATO's eastern flank? And I really would love your reflections as we go down the panel, and I'm going to add a second part to that. We've witnessed an extraordinary historical moment within Russia the last 2 weeks. Prigozhin's mutiny, we're still trying to ascertain what that means. But the shift in Belarus, does this now start arguing for different thinking along the eastern flank? Because Belarus now, with Russian tactical nuclear weapons, we may have Wagner very much engaged in Belarus. Does this change any thinking? Please.
Well, first, in regards to Ukraine, when Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, Canada was one of the countries that decided to step up right away and start training the Ukrainian military. And from 2015 onwards, we trained up till the beginning of the war about 35,000 members of the Ukrainian armed forces, and since then have only stepped up. I was actually just meeting with some Canadian military trainers in Latvia who are doing a senior officer and a middle officer corps training exercise in Latvia, and for Ukrainians. And what we've seen is, yes, we all knew that a large Soviet-style army gets to defeat a smaller Soviet-style army, but the Russians, who have a large Soviet-style army now, are not able to defeat what was a small Soviet-style army in Ukraine, but is now actually a modern equipped, but more importantly, modern trained military. And the way they're using the officer corps, the way they are actually smarter about modern warfare has been a huge part of that holding off of the Russian effectiveness. But the really interesting thing that I've talked with our trainers about is, even as they are training up on all sorts of advanced tactical and strategic points and equipment use, the immediate feedback from the Ukrainian fighters and leaders who are testing this right away on the battlefield, who are seeing how they work in different tactics, who are giving a fresh perspective on very strong theory, has been an incredible symbiosis. And what we are learning and drawing on from this very real war that's going on right now is feeding in not just our need to, as Rob said, continue to step up on more ammunition, on more procurement, on better preparation for what's next, but actually understanding what is most impactful and effective. And there's an expression that everyone's always preparing the equipment they wish they'd had in the last conflict instead of looking towards the next one. And that's where the hybrid warfare, the disinformation, the misinformation, the cyber capacities, all the different things that are coming together, even responding to the ecocide that was the destruction of the dam. These kinds of things are coloring everything we do and everything we have to think about what could be coming next.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Karas, how do you feel about Ukraine being an additive to your defense?
Absolutely. I mean, as Justin was saying, today we're training Ukrainians, and I'm convinced that tomorrow they'll be training us, because which army in Europe has now the experience of actually fighting the Russians? It is the Ukrainians, and they're learning. They're surprisingly, or maybe not so surprising, they're fantastically adaptable to all kinds of weapon systems. Imagine the complexity. They're getting all kinds of different equipment, and they're able to train up to use many different. So within our own armies, you have one type of system, and everyone learns that one type of system. They're adapting to all the different systems that we have, which is actually a challenge in terms of simplicity of platforms that we have to think about in NATO. But they will be eventually training us. But the point of NATO and Ukraine's future role in NATO is remember that Russia only understands strength and power. And the reason they're fighting the war in Ukraine is because they wrongly but perceived Ukraine as being weak and an easy target, because it was in the gray area of not in NATO. NATO's value add is, of course, our preparedness and the fact that Russia understands that preparedness. Now, regarding Belarus, we in Latvia have been, it's 2 years now that we have daily experience with the hybrid attacks physically on our borders. So the Belarusian government organizes planes full of people from third countries and physically moves them to the border, tries and sometimes succeeds in cutting the fences and encouraging, if not forcing people to illegally enter into the European Union. So they have effectively helped us to train ourselves to have a seamless interaction between the border guard, police, and the National Guard with surveillance, etc., where we're fully aware of this. So the threat is very real. The threat of disinformation, the threat of cyber is real. In Latvia, we have the Stratcom Center of Excellence. In Estonia, it's the cyber, and it's maybe no coincidence that in our countries we have these two centers. These are very real threats. But with Wagner coming into, or potentially coming into Belarus, I don't think that anyone seriously thinks that even 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers would now be a direct military threat to NATO. But imagine even 500 well-trained, ruthless mercenaries attempting the migrant route, and what would they do if they came into Europe? So our awareness on the border in Latvia, in Lithuania, in Poland, all of our services, they're in constant contact and observing the groups who tend to try one place, then another, then a third place. So there's very well situational awareness on our side, but we need to keep that heightened, because that threat is not going anywhere. And with Prigozhin and if anyone thinks that, Putin is now weak, maybe on some level That is, if there are two bulldogs fighting and one is weaker, it doesn't mean the other one is a poodle. It means the other one is still a bulldog. And we're not expecting any lessening of the threat. So we don't see anything changing in Russia, shall we say, for the better. So that means that on our side, literally on our side of the fence, we have to up the game of preparedness and just keep our eyes open. And I think all of our eyes, not only us in the Baltics, but all of our eyes are now open.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Kallas.
Actually, I don't have a lot to add. I mean, it was already said by previous speakers. I would just add one thing. I mean, reading about the NATO enlargement and when the Visegrad countries were accepted to NATO, then one of the German representatives, and I don't remember who exactly it was, said that it would be, let's accept the Poles because Poland, because it would be so much better when the Poles are fighting for us and not the Germans. And actually, that could be the same quote right now. I mean, the Ukrainians are fighting for us so that the Americans, Canadians, Latvians, Estonians don't have to do that. So that's why I think the point that you made, that they bring something to the table, and as Grishani said, I mean, they are the only army that has actual experience of fighting the Russians right now. That is the biggest threat.
Thank you. So I'd like to welcome any questions. There's a microphone right in the middle, so I'm going to have you line up at that microphone right in the middle, and please introduce yourself. We have a quick 10 minutes. I'm going to, while you're making your way to the microphone, we're getting a lot of questions about this balance about China and the Russia challenge, and in fact, there was one question, Prime Minister Trudeau, to you, that as Canada is obviously now really increasing its presence in Latvia along the eastern flank, does it have the defense resources to be able to manage the threat towards the North Pacific? So we're going to take the four, I see three colleagues, really rapid fire, so we can get turned back to the panel. So Ziggy, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Žygis Paviljonis, former ambassador in Washington, D.C. Of Lithuania. Maybe one question to Prime Minister Trudeau. You know, in Europe, we are more or less united on making a clear path for Ukrainians' NATO membership. But we have a problem in Washington. Why don't you, as, neighbors of Americans, help us in Washington for them not to make the same mistake as we did in Bucharest altogether? Because if we do that mistake today in Vilnius, Baltics could be in trouble.
Thank you, Ziggy.
Olena Halushka, International Center for Ukrainian Victory. It will be very complicated for me to put my question after Mr. Paviljonis, but I also have the question to Prime Minister Trudeau. That's the question basically from 40 million of Ukrainians, and Canada, as a very strong supporter of Ukraine, which has always been, will you support Ukraine's invitation to NATO at the Vilnius summit? And will you help us to use these last hours before the final decision is made to convince those governments which are reluctant to make this historic yet very important move, particularly the US and Germany? Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to take one more question. I apologize. We're going to have to end on time, sir. We'll take your question.
Good morning. Carlos Bukovskis from the Latvian Institute of National Affairs. I'm going to ask a question, which in this case probably is more of a citizen's question, to Prime Minister Kallas, and you, in this case, echoed something that the Secretary General already mentioned before in the morning about the providing cluster bombs to Ukraine, as this is the last ammunition that we have to provide. So my provocative question is, doesn't that send a little bit of message that NATO has no ammunition left anymore, so that we're sending the last one and this is the last one? Thank you.
Thank you. And I would certainly encourage everyone to ask U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan some of those questions that you were asking the panel later today. But Prime Minister Trudeau, and we have about 8 minutes left, let me just go down the row, if I may. Clearly, Ukraine and the message that the summit will deliver is top of everyone's minds. We'll have that and any ammunition and sort of, again, that defense production issue that's going to keep coming back. But we'll begin and then we'll just work our way down.
Canada has been unequivocal from the very beginning on support of Ukraine, and not just because we have the largest Ukrainian diaspora outside of Russia in Canada and have for about 100 plus years been welcoming Ukrainians to settle our prairies, but also because Canadians understand that standing up against Russia here is standing up against any country with a slightly larger army that has designs on its neighbor's territory, which would lead to chaos and destabilization around the world. So as a matter of principle and a matter of friendship, Canadians are absolutely firm on our support of Ukraine, including on welcoming in Ukraine to NATO when the conditions allow. And that's what I said a few weeks ago when I was with Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv. And that's certainly what we're talking about here. I know that is not a unanimously held position amongst NATO, but I also know that there has been a lot of really substantive discussion to get to a place where there is a clear path for Ukraine, because Ukrainians, as they fight, are asking themselves, okay, how does this end, and how do we make sure this doesn't start again? Even if we win now, or even if we stop now, what's to prevent 4 years from now a rearmed Russia from trying again and not missing it this time? And that is making sure there's a clear path into NATO. And I think I'm fairly confident that where we're going to get here in this meeting will give that clear support to Ukrainians, so that they know there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you. Thank you. Prime Minister Karins.
The same question on Ukraine. Well, for me, it seems very simple. We want peace in Europe, and there's two ways to have that. One very theoretical, that something massively changes in Russia. I'm not holding my breath. The second is to get rid of the gray areas and make it very clear to Russia where their limit is, and that is NATO. So only when Ukraine will be in NATO will we be able to have a stable peace. It's not a complete peace, because Russia will still be there, Russia will still be a threat, but it's only then. So to me it seems very obvious this has to be the exit of this conflict, that an independent, a liberated Ukraine becomes a member of NATO. The only way for a stable peace.
Prime Minister, what would your message be to President Biden on this question?
Well, we have been sending those messages, and we are talking about these things. I think fundamentally we have the same view. And again, I mean, going back to Clinton and Gore, who said that when the NATO was enlarging, that we can't leave Ukraine out in the cold with a furry neighbor besides them. So I think we have the obligation. But as Justin said, for us it is very important that we have the path, we have concrete steps that we agree how this is going to happen. We understand that it can't, happen while the war is going on, but concrete steps by moving closer to, steps like having this constant review, seeing that the systems are interoperable, all the things that we can do, and when the opportunity window opens, then we can do this in order to stop this. Because I'm of the belief that the only security guarantee that is the cheapest and that really works is NATO's membership. I mean, our countries are a living example of it. Now, coming to the question that was directly addressed to me, then of course we have our stocks, we have enough to defend our countries. We all do. I mean, we give what we can give so that we are not left defenseless. And this is all the talk, because it is all the talk about what we can give so that we don't let our guard down, because the threat is still real. And having, that we have given so much, then it also has to come from somewhere. And then it comes to the production that hasn't really doubled or tripled while we are giving everything away and ordering new things, and the production or the procurement deadlines are way too long. So how can we really shorten those? And I totally agree, it's not about the money, but what we do with the money and where we invest the money. I mean, the collective defense, thinking about defense regionally, not every country, their own, but like we do with Latvians. We have agreed that, our threat can come through Latvia. So that means that, our forces can also be protecting and defending Latvia. And that's why, I mean, one thing is helping Ukraine and the other thing is also boosting our own defense.
Absolutely. Admiral Bauer, I'm going to provoke and say, honestly, there's 4 regional defense plans. Ukraine, in many ways, is its NATO's regional defense plan as we strengthen their military capabilities, as we train them, as we create and help support their quest to liberate their territory. How do you, moving from this day forward, with those regional defense plans in place, all the work that you have to do, how much are you adapting to Russia's reconstitution? And they are learning on the battlefield as well. How much are these regional defense plans living in response to Russia's adaptation of its military?
Yeah, it's a living document, these plans. And I think everybody needs to understand that if the threat changes, then we will adapt those plans. And then we will have to respond to the change, and that is what we will continue to do. As I said, and that is important, the plans are now based on the threat that was Russia before they started the war, the full-fledged war in Ukraine on 24th of February 2022. So I think we are, for now, we're good if we do what we have agreed in the plans. So it is now to all the nations that they have to implement the changes, invest in the capabilities, get more people, be readier, because otherwise it still doesn't work. If the Russians will reconstitute and in certain areas will become bigger, better than they were, then we will respond to that.
As I said, this is the most important part of the NATO summit you may not hear as much about, but this is where we defend every inch of NATO territory. With your applause, would you please kindly thank our wonderful panelists for a great discussion. Thank you.
저희가 아직 같이 있습니다. 왜냐하면 더 이상 안보는 지역적인 것이 아니라 글로벌한 것이기 때문입니다. 인태 지역과 유럽에서 일어나는 모든 일은 서로에게 영향을 미칩니다. 그래서 우크라이나의 전쟁도 전 세계적으로 많은 파급 효과가 있기 때문에 대통령의 우크라이나에 대한 불법적인 침략을 비판해 주신 데 대해서 감사드립니다. 이와 더불어서 북한의 핵미사일 위협도 저희 나토 동맹들과 전 세계에 아주 큰 영향을 미치기 때문에 이에 대한 중요성도 제가 강조를 하고 싶습니다. 이렇게 해서 저희가 다 같이 주먹이만 국제 질서를 지켜나갈 수 있어야 할 것이고, 또 이번 계기에 저희가 IPPP 새로운 파트너십 프로그램을 체결하게 되는데 이게 저희 협력의 중요성을 다시 한번 강조해 준다고 생각합니다.
작년 마드리드에 이어서 또 지난 1월 스톨텐베르크 총장님께서 서울을 방문해 주셨고 또 6개월 만에 빌뉴스에서 이렇게 뵙게 돼서 정말 반갑고 기쁩니다. 우리 대한민국은 작년에 이어 올해 두 번째로 나토의 초청을 받았습니다. 작년에 첫 번째 그 초청을 받았을 때는 한국과 나토의 어떤 유대관계 그리고 가치를 공유하는 국가들 간의 어떤 연대감을 확인한 것이라고 한다면은 이번 나토 참석은 나토와 한국 간의 협력의 틀을 제도화하고 그렇게 해서 ITPP 개별 맞춤형 이런 프로그램들을 만들어서 협력의 틀을 제도화하고 그리고 나토와 군사 정보와 사이버 분야의 협력에 관한 논의를 진행하기 위해서 이번에 왔습니다. 그리고 앞으로 우리 스톨텐베르그 총장님께서도 지적하셨듯이 대서양의 안보와 또 인도양 태평양의 안보가 서로 분리될 수 없는 그런 상황에서 우리 대한민국, 일본, 호주, 뉴질랜드 같은 인태 지역의 국가들과 나토와의 긴밀한 협력이 그 어느 때보다 중요하다고 생각합니다. 이렇게 초청해 주셔서 감사하고 이번 나토 회의가 글로벌 안보와 또 신흥 안보 분야에 대해서 의미 있는 이런 논의가 있기를 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Mr. Secretary General, was met last year in Madrid and also during your visit to Seoul earlier this year, and now we're meeting in Vilnius. It is my pleasure to see you again. And this is my second participation in the NATO summit following last year. And last year, I really focused on focusing on the sense of bond and solidarity with the countries sharing common values in NATO allies. And I'm going to focus on this year's summit to really institutionalize the framework of our cooperation with NATO. And I also would like to move forward our discussions with you about further enhancing our cooperation in sharing military information and also cybersecurity. And going forward, as Mr. Secretary General, you've rightfully mentioned, I believe that the security in the transatlantic and also in the Indo-Pacific is an integral part for the global security. And that is why we need to closely cooperate, including our partners in the Indo-Pacific, like Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. So once again, thank you for your kind invitation, and I believe that we could have a meaningful discussion to enhance global security and to deal with the emerging new security threats. Thank you.
이게 저 ITPP?
Yes.
오케이. 한번 열어볼까?
Oshkosh and all this military equipment helps us to modernize our military forces. At the same time, we closely cooperating with Germany, and recently the very good decision was announced by Defense Minister Boris Pistorius to scale up the forward presence of EFP country Germany in Lithuania up to brigade size on a permanent basis. So I think it would be very positive to welcome this decision and welcome the engagement of all EFP countries in the region to increase the forward presence in our region. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for your participation in our NATO summit. I am looking forward to closely cooperate with you and with our colleagues during these 2 days. I'm looking forward.
General Cavoli, and also have Allied Command Transformation in Norfolk, led by General Lavigny, who is also working on DDA, defense planning, but also the capstone concept, which is the technological angle from NATO. So what we are also doing to governments, and this is also we are trying to help allies avoid a false dilemma. Because until the war in Ukraine that Russia started so brutally and aggressively, there was lots of people thinking that the next generation of warfare and technology should be only high-end. High-end, and less, let's say, more substantive forces. So now we have basically a situation you have back in Europe, high-intensity warfare, so you need to invest more to have conventional and multi-domain forces, and also to invest in high-end technologies. So what NATO does is making sure that we avoid, for allies, the false dilemma of saying I should do either technology, high-end, or conventional deterrence and defense. No, it's one thing, it's multi-dimensional, it's multi-domain, as we call it. And again, NATO is an aggregator and an organization that sends a demand signal to our governments, to our private sector. So we don't see any fracture which would be, I think, artificial and counterproductive between having strong conventional deterrence and defense forces and high-end space, cyber, sensors, integrated issues. So that's the beauty of NATO, that we are the great aggregator. And I think also Greek mythology is helping us with finding the role for NATO. We are doing this actively, and this summit in Vilnius will be nothing short of exceptional. We expect our leaders to reconfirm and to confirm the new defense investment pledge, the Vilnius pledge we had in Wales, 2% minimum and 20% of the 2% as a minimum also for higher end new equipment, new technologies. So we hope that this will be very positive for all our allies and also for our citizens, because in fact the business of NATO is to keep 1 billion citizens safe. Security is the foundation of prosperity. Security is the foundation of democracy. Security is the foundation of normal life for our citizens. And also with the Swedish new allies, we are looking forward to having them too.
Perfect. Thank you so much. From the god of wealth and defense investment to the goddess of victory, Nike. When we had the previous panel, one of the prime ministers said, today we are training the Ukrainians, tomorrow they will be training us. Can you maybe shed some light on how we are already interacting with the Ukrainians on innovation and what innovation has proved helpful and how to roll it out to the troops?
I would say we are in a very interesting cycle of what I would call circular lessons learned. They learn a lot from us. We've been training Ukrainian troops after 2014, after the illegal occupation of Crimea by Russia, in large numbers. I've seen Prime Minister Trudeau here just before us, and Canada only has trained since 2014 tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops. So Ukrainians are learning a lot from us. Command and control, NATO doctrine, how to use smart equipments. And they're moving away from the Soviet era, not only equipments, but also doctrine, which is so obsolete and so underperforming. But we're also learning from them. It's not only us, our militaries, but also our private sector. Lots of things we do for Ukraine are coming from governments, but also from private sector. For cyber, for space, for smart apps. and I think also NGOs working embedded in the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, like we do not do in NATO. So I think it's a circular lessons learned process, and we are looking forward to making these things even more structured. So they learn from us, we learn from them, and together we are stronger.
Perfect. Many thanks. Now that I have warmed you up, let's turn to you and let's begin to grill the DSG. Can I see a hand?
This is for number twos? Too?
That's for number twos, yes.
Okay. That's advertisement for the job.
Can I warn you, my staff has printed out a 5-page list of Greek and Roman goddesses, major and minor. If you don't ask questions, I'll just continue with the god of war, the goddess of wilderness, and some others. So
okay,
you better raise your hands now. Please, sir, come to the microphone.
Hello, Tomasz Smura, Kazimierz Puławski Foundation from Poland. I've got a question which was not asked in previous panel. I mean the question about, of course we are in the Vilnius, but we have still some homework to do from Madrid. I mean especially new NATO force structure. So we decided that we increase our number of the troops in high readiness status to 300,000. And actually we also heard some rumors that there are still significant problems to deliver on this promise. So I'd like to ask where we are in the process of implementing decision from the Madrid in this particular dimension. Thank you.
No, thank you for the question. As I mentioned, our leaders will be approving over the summit the most transformative change in defense planning and defense command and control and force structure in generations. Because, as I mentioned before, high-intensity warfare is back in Europe, and technology is also part of this issue. And, of course, as we have seen over the last 20, 25 years, many allies, especially European allies, have been collecting the peace dividend. And there was not so much need to invest in industrial base, in our militaries. Now we need to do that. So against the regional plans that will be approved by our leaders, and I don't want to prejudge what leaders will do, but we're expecting them to approve this. The consequences of this new generation of defense plans, Northern region, Central European region, and Southern European region, the Southeast, Black Sea, and Mediterranean as a continuum, will be starting to implement the plans. We'll be starting to appropriate resources and troops and equipment to higher readiness, to higher numbers, with more training, with more prepositioning equipment, according to the plans. It doesn't mean that we have everything today that the plans will be indicating to us. We had the first fourth generation conference just a few weeks back, and we have done a lot. We have still things to do. So the implementation of the plans will take some time. But once we decide politically in NATO, that standard will become reality. And I'm confident, and we are confident in NATO, that all allies will be investing in the plans that our leaders will approve, that our military leaders have been working. I have to thank General Cavoli and his team, because they've been delivering the plans for us. I think it's, Carmen helped me, I think 20 months ahead of schedule, Carlo? 20 months ahead of schedule. So I can give you with full confidence that the targets, force structure, command and control will be met in time, in iterations by all allies.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Over there, please. And thank you for not lining up behind the microphone. Full points on that.
Cécile Maisonneuve from Montaigne Institute and French Institute for International. I'm going to bring another god, Hermes, god of traders and merchants. Innovation is also related with free trade, and we see more and more the return of industrial policy, subsidies. So how can NATO ensure that this new return of sovereignty, of industrial policy, doesn't challenge innovation and free trade, which is also a basic of our multilateral order? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. There is a new geopolitical and geoeconomic reality around the world, not only in Europe, around the world. And we've seen this with the pandemic, we've seen this with the financial crisis, we are seeing now with war in Europe, we are seeing a different landscape in geopolitics and geoeconomics. So what we can say, and what I can say, and I think everyone would agree, that all of us will have to pay a premium for economic security. Economic security doesn't mean not to do business and not to do trade and not to basically hamper international commerce. That needs to continue. But we have to make sure that we are not basically just by negligence or just by not recognizing the new reality in the world that we are now becoming vulnerable economically. In supply chain, we do not want to replace the hyper-dependency on Russian gas with hyper-dependency on rare earth and materials from other players. So how to find a balance between continuing to do business, we need to do business, business is good, it's growing the economies, it's creating jobs, but in a way that will be making sure that we are not importing risks, because the geopolitics and geoeconomics of the world are intertwined like never before. And this is why that's what we do in NATO, that's what European Union is doing, and I see Charles Fries, my good friend here in the audience. That's what we do, the G7 is doing, just to find the right balance between doing trade, legitimate trade, good trade, and also making sure that we put ourselves at bay from becoming over-dependent. And God forbid, in time of crisis, you could have bad surprises, and this is something that NATO is also making all allies and partners aware of.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Depending on the length of the next question, we have time for 1 or 2 questions and goddesses.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Eugenia from the Atlantic Council of Albania. I guess that this is the panel of goddess, so I've got the war of goddess here tattooed. But my question is, will it be the Vilnius summit a missed opportunity for Ukraine as the Bucharest summit was years ago? And the main question that we all think about, are we ready to trigger Article 5? Thank you.
An easy one.
Yeah, that tattoo I think is dangerous. Listen, I cannot prejudge what our leaders will decide in a few hours and in the next 2 days here in Vilnius. I can say something that I know and I also feel it. This will be a landmark successful summit for this alliance. This will be building upon what we have decided in Madrid, which was also historical and transformative, and also will be also a bridge towards the Washington summit of July 2024, when our great alliance will be celebrating our 75th anniversary. I don't want to prejudge what allies will decide on Ukraine. I think Ukraine is moving closer to us. Secretary General has said it in the morning in his very forum. I'm confident that on all the big pieces that we have been preparing for 1 year in NATO, and our leaders will decide, good news for Ukraine, good news for Sweden, good news for defense investment, good news for technology, good news for our partnerships. We've been meeting, the Prime Minister of New Zealand will be meeting all our Indo-Pacific partners in a minute with the Secretary General. So I would say, without declaring victory before the curtain falls on this beautiful summit, that the Vilnius summit will be remembered as one of the most successful summits we had in some time, and this is why we're here. And I want to thank also our Lithuanian hosts for the impeccable organization of this summit.
Speaking of the curtain falling, we have 1 minute and 1 second for a very brief question and an even briefer answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Charlie Salonis, Pasternak, Finnish Institute of International Affairs. We heard earlier that the plans are based on 2 threats, Russia and terrorist organizations. Culture, language plays a lot in how deterrence is perceived. How is NATO now going to change or changing the way it communicates deterrence and Stratcom more broadly to these adversaries?
Let me say just very briefly that it's not only the geopolitics and geoeconomics are changing dramatically, but also the very definition of security is changing dramatically. We have cyber, we have space, we have climate change and security. We have so many resilience that we are doing a lot in NATO about. And we're doing a lot with the Munich Security Conference and also with the GMF and Atlantic Council on many, many fronts together. So what I'm just saying that is not only Stratcom, which is important, but is also substance. So nothing that relates to security in the broadest definition of terms, is stranger to NATO. We have the obligation to do the bread and butter, deterrence and defense, making sure that we resist these aggressions from all over directions. But also the business of NATO is to make sure that we are always adapting to a changing definition of security in a changing world. And that's why NATO has been labeled until now, and that's not StratCom or marketing, not even for number twos, the most successful alliance in history. Why? Because we showed unity in times of difficulty, and we have a gene of adaptation inside NATO. And before closing, because it's last second, I would like to thank also the audience, not in this room. I'm very happy to see my friends from Austria and Romania and others. I know that this public forum is a great success, and I want to thank my colleagues, the organizers. Carmen, you're coming here. I think we should give you a round of applause too.
Let's give a round of applause to Carmen. And like in every good action movie, our timer stopped with 1 second to go. Thank you for joining us. A great number two you are. Good luck for the summit, and thanks for being such a loyal guest and friend. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Dear participants, we will immediately start the next conversation, and I'm proud to say that we have President of Czechia, Petr Pavel, sitting with us today. Actually, this is the second time I've met President of Czechia. I've once had a selfie with him at the Munich Security Conference. We were trying to get into the room, and I've managed to, get this photo. It got a lot of likes, so thank you very much, because I think this is going to be even better. President, we have a topic, standing up for our values. We'll continue in the following way. The President will make a brief introduction, then we'll continue with the follow-up questions from my side, and then obviously we're going to invite you to come to the microphone and ask some questions. So, Mr. President, thanks again for being here. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. I have to admit that I feel a little bit embarrassed to talk about values to such a distinguished audience. It's like preaching to the converted. So I will limit myself to a couple of introductory remarks before we get into a discussion. First, I see the issue of values today probably more important than ever, because with regard to the security situation, both regional and global, values matter probably the most. What we see ongoing in Ukraine is not just a regional conflict between two countries having a territorial dispute. It's about what and how we see the world working. If we see the world working along respect to the rules, the norms, if we see the world based on some common values, or if we see it as a world where bigger stick matters more. Ukraine is in a similar situation that my country experienced many years ago. Ukraine just wanted to be free in their decision to where do they want to go, where do they want to belong, which way of life they want to live. If anyone told me and my compatriots 30 years ago that we are not allowed to join NATO or join the EU, we would get offended, because we thought at that time it was our right to take a choice. Of course, with respect to the organizations of which we wanted to become members, but of course we wanted to have a sovereign right to decide on our own future. And now when Ukraine wants to do the same, many people say, well, let's look at the security interests of Russia, because they have justified arguments to protect their close neighborhood. I think we have to look at the problem in Ukraine from the position of these universal values. We may not like Ukraine, we may not like Ukrainians, we may have a number of concerns about corruption, about oligarchs, whatever, but if we just accept that they have the same rights as we want to have, then it becomes a matter of principle. And that's why I think it's our obligation to assist Ukraine in their fight against Russian aggression. Because if we allow Russia to prevail in this conflict, we would corrupt all the foundations on which our societies are built. One more comment. This issue is not only linked to the conflict in Ukraine. It is much broader, because what we see globally, unlike in the past when we saw the confrontation, ideological confrontation between East and West, today what we see is a global competition of the systems. On one hand, democratic countries, wherever they are. On the other hand, different types of autocratic regimes, being it China, North Korea, Iran, Russia, and many other countries in Africa that are closer to autocracy than to democracy. All these countries follow a different set of values. And their argument is that the West, the democracies, have developed the existing world order to fit their interests. And now the time has come to change the world order to fit more to this multipolar vision of the world. The argument goes especially from Russia that Western, mainly liberal democracies are rotten, are in fact beyond horizon. And now they are the true protectors and the saviors of Christian values. Or, like Chinese put it, they suggest that their civilization, being much older than Christian civilization, is in fact superior, and their system is much more efficient, resilient, and thus designed to dominate the world in the future. If we don't like that approach, the only way how we can prevent it from being superior is to protect and promote our values, not only against our opponents, but also against our own internal problems that we have. Sometimes we can call it populism, sometimes extremism, but there are also some internal enemies that erode our system of values. If I stay with my own country, when we got rid of communist rule 30 years ago, there was a lot of enthusiasm, excitement about freedoms, but as some cynical political observers put it, many people at that time actually didn't care too much about democracy, because they didn't know what democracy was about. They didn't experience it in their lifetimes. They only wanted to have more freedoms and to have better lives. And one of the things that we have omitted to some extent was the education towards values. So that whatever we do it well based in the understanding of balance between freedoms and responsibility that goes beyond our own country, also to develop a sense of solidarity with other like-minded countries based on the same system of values. And that is bringing us back to the situation that we will probably be discussing most these 2 days. And that is that we are all responsible for how our region, Europe, will look like, what will be a European contribution to global security. That's why I think we should promote the idea of a strong NATO, strong EU, but also strong links to all other democratic countries. I welcome very much that we have invited for this summit our Asian Pacific partners. I would also encourage all of us to cooperate with other democratic countries and with all countries that are willing to put negotiations above confrontation to make a world a safer place. So this is all for the introduction, and now I believe I'll be happy to get some questions.
Mr. President, thank you. Thanks a lot. I would like to ask about the Western reaction to Russia's brutal aggression. So you talked about it. We're standing up for our values. Are we still standing strong, or are we, feeling the sense of fatigue of, energy prices rising, of war in general as a topic, as if we're facing it directly? Do you sense that in Czechia and in the broader context of NATO countries?
Well, war fatigue is a normal phenomenon that we observe in all the conflicts that I remember. Not just on the sides of two fighting countries, but also on the side of all supporting countries. From the very beginning, the pictures of the horrors of war are so terrifying that everyone is excited and to do something to help all those in need. But over time, own problems related to mostly socio-economic issues take again the precedence over those distant pictures of war to which we are getting used somehow. So it's a natural phenomenon, and even when we realize that, we have to do much more in putting forward the message that the war is not a...
There are no agreements. The agreement is
still to a country that is
Mr. Kister's
that leaving Ukraine alone will only mean letting the problem getting closer to us sooner or later. So it is in our direct interest to continue supporting Ukraine and not to let Russia prevail in this conflict. It is more and more difficult. There are obviously some voices that are fed by Russian propaganda that once we stop providing Ukraine military assistance, the war will be over and we can go back to normal, restoring economic relations with Russia and getting back cheap gas and oil. Obviously, this is a nonsense, but many people like to listen to this argument. That's why we have to keep repeating the basics and also offering our people alternatives that are always worse than the one to continue support and bring situation back to normal by achieving Ukrainian goals and restoring their sovereignty.
But is there enough political momentum still, I mean, to provide the support at the levels comparable to what we've had over the last year and a half? Is there enough support in terms of the economy? Because Ukraine is being destroyed every day also in terms of infrastructure, and it will need, obviously, to recover. So do you sense that there is enough, again, political momentum to continue with the policies that the West is implementing at the moment in the foreseeable future as well? Or is it like dwindling down?
When you just look at the sheer scope of the assistance, I think there is a steady growth. So from the very beginning, when we saw just a handful of countries providing assistance from the very first days, now we see quite a massive support, almost from those countries who were reluctant, let's say, at the beginning. Now we see a massive financial support in macro finances to keep country running. We see a steady flow of military equipment, of ammunition, material support. We see also a number of initiatives leading to reconstruction, not only post-war reconstruction, but interim reconstruction of energy sector, transportation, and many other areas. I believe that the scope of the support is still growing, but of course, keeping also public support becomes more and more difficult.
I must ask the question which is related to the counteroffensive of Ukraine, knowing your military background. So, of course, there are a lot of voices saying that it's not maybe as successful as some predicted. Others argue it's still, too early to make the conclusion. So how do you assess the current state of Ukrainian counteroffensive, and what would you anticipate to happen in the next couple of weeks and months?
Well, simply from a military point of view, if you look at the situation, how it was developing over the last couple of months, it was more or less positional warfare, where Russia got enough time to prepare defensive positions. Over hundreds of kilometers of a front line. They built in some regions 3 defense lines full of obstacles, full of minefields. They were bringing closer equipment to be used for very effective defense. They still have more air power than Ukraine, which can support units in defense. Despite all the problems that Russia has, preparing for defense and leading successful defense is always a little bit easier than to conduct successful offensive operations. On the other side, Ukraine is definitely much more motivated. They are better equipped with more modern equipment. Unfortunately, with far too many types of equipment, which creates a lot of logistical challenges. They do not have enough air power. They do not have enough ammunition to be really effective and pushing through. They don't have enough mine-breaching equipment. We can ask the question ourselves: have we provided enough resources to Ukraine to run a counteroffensive that would be more successful? That's obviously the question. But what we see now is that Ukraine is slowly getting ground. They are probably still looking for weak points in Russian defenses. They still haven't committed major forces that they prepared for the counteroffensive. So we will see more over summer. But at the same time, we also have to see realistically the window of opportunity that will more or less close by the end of this year. Not only because of winter conditions, but also because of upcoming elections in Ukraine, Russia, United States, and we'll also we'll see another decline of willingness to massively support Ukraine with more weapons. So all these conditions will probably lead to a conclusion that whatever is achieved by the end of this year will be the baseline for negotiation.
And how would you see the negotiation even starting? Because, of course, Ukraine is certainly trying to push the occupiers from their territory, and it's hard to imagine that, real political negotiations could take place unless significant breakthrough is achieved. But from what you are saying, you're not expecting a significant breakthrough until the end of the year. Is that right?
Well, obviously, I would wish to our Ukrainian friends the best possible solution. That means full restoration of their territory occupied even in 2014. But reality will most probably look different. And when I just quote some comments of President Zelensky from his last interview to the American media, he suggests that they would be able to get control of a territory up to the border of Crimea, which would create condition for possible negotiations. Because once...
Is that achievable until the end of the year?
Well, it might be achievable under some conditions, and we'll see what will be the reality.
And in terms of NATO and Ukraine relationship, of course, this summit is very important with regards to that. So what would you see as, the most important aspects of what could be decided here in Vilnius to make this relationship a pathway towards a full membership of Ukraine in the foreseeable future, in the nearest future, actually?
I think what Ukraine needs beyond equipment, ammunition, money, is encouragement and assurance. Because this will maintain high morale of Ukrainian forces. They need to see the light at the end of the tunnel. They need to see and feel motivation. And they also have to feel that one day they would be welcome in a family. And we can give them such an assurance by simply saying, once the war is over, we will start accession process. This is what they would like to hear, and this is what I would wish them they would hear.
Do you sense there is a consensus among NATO countries on this here in Vilnius?
I've seen some reservations from several countries, even up to recently. We'll see what will come up in these 2 days.
Thank you for a very diplomatic answer. Let's bring the audience questions, please. Yeah. Yeah.
Marius Vashega, European Commission representative to Lithuania. Mr. President, you are from the military and NATO background, and now, of course, in the civil background, and you mentioned in your introductory remarks the link between stronger EU and stronger NATO. So what do you see the biggest synergies, in fact, between the EU and the NATO? What should we do at the EU level to make NATO stronger?
Okay, I was struggling with this question for all of the 3 years that I spent in the position of chairman of NATO Military Committee in an effort to bring EU and NATO closer together, at least in the issues of defense. We know all the difficulties, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that we should stop trying to bring these two institutions closer. We talk about complementarity for a long time. We have set, I think, 74 areas of cooperation, and some of them are already obsolete. We are talking about modernization of this plan. But what really matters is that we don't look at these two institutions as competitive rivals, but as institutions of a different kind. EU never expressed any ambition to provide collective defense. That's the task for NATO. At the same time, we talk about a lack of European capacity to run substantial military operations. So the way ahead would be let's strengthen European pillar of NATO. Let's make it probably more institutional to be used for European operations, probably even without Americans, wherever Americans wouldn't like to be part of it, because there might be a time when the United States will be much more concerned about Indo-Pacific than Europe. And if Europe is not capable enough to come up with strategic enablers to run a bigger operation, then we simply wouldn't be able to do it. And that's why I think there is no contradiction in division of labor between EU and NATO. They can be truly supportive each other, focusing on their respective strength. So NATO would be strong enough and effective, focusing on collective defense. EU on all other soft tools that are necessary for achieving security and stability. Even now with the situation in Ukraine, NATO can provide military assistance in terms of equipment, even though by individual countries, but EU can provide all those aspects of assistance that NATO is not capable of. I mean, all the economic, humanitarian, and financial, and any other assistance. And if it is well coordinated, it will, in the end, provide necessary support. So I think we have to be pragmatic and always keep trying, bridging these gaps that exist in EU and NATO cooperation.
Thank you. Let's have the lady and then the gentleman.
Thank you. Yulia Smolovska, Director of GlobSec Kiev office. I just wanted to ask, when you're talking about the defending of values and international rule of order in particular, it's always important how do you set the punishment system for those who break these rules. And in this case, you know pretty well that Ukrainians are arguing for the case of setting up a special tribunal for Russian political leadership for crime of aggression. What is your assessment? Do you see the resolution of the member states to pursue with this case, and how do you plan to extend this advocacy campaign to get more democratic countries on board in wider global sense? Thank you.
This was one of the major topics of Council of Europe recently in Iceland, where we all agreed on a necessity to support International Criminal Tribunal and to punish all the war crimes committed in Ukraine by Russia, as well as to brought all those perpetrating crime of aggression to justice. Because without that, there will be no justice, but also no deterrence against committing another aggressions. So we have to be very consistent and press on bringing all those responsible for war crimes to the court.
Thank you. Let's maybe try to pick two questions in a row, if you don't mind, President, because we're running out of time. So please.
Thank you. Alexei Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Dear President, my question is to you, both as a President, as General. Two, Russia is continuing its nuclear blackmail, and we see these nuclear threats and deploying nuclear weaponry, maybe already has deployed nuclear weaponry in Belarus, means just tens of kilometers from where we are here now. So what should be the answer of NATO to this? Isn't it the time to for deployment of nuclear weaponry in the Eastern Europe? Thank you.
Can we just pick the second question as well, please?
Mr. President, my also question will be related to your previous position.
Please introduce yourself briefly.
Vaidotas Malinionis, Colonels Association, Lithuania. So my question is, as a President of the Czech Republic, what are your priorities for the security building I mean, anyway, change is needed. Every country is understanding because security environment is changing. So what are your priorities and the vision?
2 minutes, perfect.
Okay, okay, it will be short answers. When it comes to nuclear blackmailing, I don't think that we have to always apply the same answer to the action of our opponent. We base all our efforts into deterrence. I think nuclear capability of NATO is a significant deterrent effect, and there is no need to deploy it closer to the border, because that would only escalate the situation. What I would rather argue, let's be more outspoken in declaring that we have the same capability. When we heard from President Putin threats of using nuclear weapons, our answer should have been, but we all have nuclear weapons. We have them at the state of readiness, and we are ready to use them if we will have to. But of course, nobody sane wants to use these weapons. So we hope that you are sane as well, and you will not do it. So we don't have to escalate, but just remind that we do have the same capability and the same willingness to use it as the last resort. And as for the priorities of strengthening security, I think clearly we have to fulfill all our commitments that we have made with regard to collective defense in NATO, to meet criteria of at minimum 2%, meet criteria of spending at least 20% on modernization and main equipment, to provide all necessary forces within the fourth generation to meet requirements of new plans, to commit our forces to exercises, because it is also a deterrent factor, and to be a credible partner meeting all our commitments. That is all what we can do for effective defense.
Mr. President, I don't know how to ask this, but can we have a second selfie together, because our time is up. Please, the round of applause for the President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
And maybe let's have a selfie if that's possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the discussion with the President of Czech Republic. We will resume our sessions in 15 minutes with conversations with a diversity of speakers, from high-level officials to civil society representatives. 15 minutes.
After the Cold War, we started to focus on out-of-area operations for crisis management. Very different requirements from the military force, and Allied command operations optimized, and many national militaries optimized for that sort of cyclical out-of-area deployment, usually on a schedule, very anticipatable. Collective defense is much different. So there's been a need to modernize our collective defense system, rebuild some of it and modernize some of it. And that's what the regional plans are about. They're geographically specific plans that describe how we're going to deter and, if necessary, to defend all of the territory of the alliance. And these, therefore, give us the ability to have a force structure requirement so that nations can direct their investments in a fashion that serves the alliance as well as their national needs. It will give us a new readiness system, new readiness expectations. There's a new force model, as you know. We'll adapt the command and control arrangements of the alliance. We'll have a new exercise program. So this is really the foundation of a very, very important rebuild of our collective defense system. And it's a very exciting time. It's very good that we've got the plans in place now, and there's going to be plenty of work to do going forward.
Absolutely. So good news, really good news for NATO. Last year, as you've mentioned, in Madrid, we were talking about the new force model. We were talking about 300,000 of troops that are in high state of readiness. That gives you, as the SACER, an overview of what is available to NATO at a given moment. How does that fall into what's happening here in Vilnius? So where are we with the preparations when it comes to the new force model? Because 2023 was the year of implementing the model.
Right. So the new force model is implemented, and now it's being elaborated and detailed through the force sourcing process, which is where you actually line units and organizations up against the conceptual parts of the model. The Deputy SACER, General Tim Radford, just concluded a couple of weeks ago the first official force sourcing conference, and the results have been fantastic. In fact, there's more than a 700% increase in the number of troops available to me as SACER based on the new force model and the new force sourcing. So we're very excited. There's some work left to be done. We have specific areas that we want to build up more forces in. But overall, I think it's a great reorganization of the way we had been doing business.
Is there any area you feel there's still challenges or things to do here?
Sure, there are always challenges, things that we have to do better. One would be our logistics systems. We probably have to optimize our logistics for large-scale, simultaneous maneuvers. That's not the sort of logistics system we needed during Afghanistan, for example. So things like that will have to be updated.
Fantastic. So let's now move to the question of Ukraine, and specifically, what are the lessons that we have learned watching on the one side the war itself unfold? What are the lessons for NATO? What are the lessons for the West? What are your lessons for you personally that you take away from this year and a half of the war?
You said we only have 15 minutes.
Let's try and free.
The conflict in Ukraine is a tremendous, tremendous fountain of lessons, both positive and negative lessons for us to learn. We study it very, very closely. I think one of the biggest ones that jumps out when I think about it, and it's appropriate for our setting here at the summit, cohesion. So the way Ukraine came together, almost surprisingly, right?
On every level.
Right.
From society to army to
to politics, all the way, everything came together, and their cohesion has fostered bravery on the battlefield. It's fostered commitment in industry. It's fantastic. For us, the alliance, and even the broader world, the cohesion has been remarkable. And it gives us a huge amount of strength that we would not have as individual nations. So I don't mean to begin with something too ethereal, but nevertheless, at this setting, in the summit, as we prepare to bring another ally in, I really think that the most salient lesson we see from this conflict is that of cohesion, the importance of cohesion.
Because you've brought up this topic yourself, I have to ask, how do we build cohesion within NATO? Where do we start? I mean, on a national level, that's obvious, but what would you recommend the countries?
I think the first step is for all allies to have a sense of teamwork, right? Allies have to have a sense of teamwork and understand that the cohesion of the alliance and our strength together exceeds the sum of our parts. But also the collective has to understand that each member nation has specific national interests. And those always have to be the most important thing for that nation. So achieving that balance requires transparency, requires constant dialogue, requires personal contact, and I think most of the leaders in the alliance spend a great deal of time communicating with each other and traveling back and forth to see each other, as well as at big common venues like this. So maintaining the cohesion is an ongoing daily thing that really gets stronger and stronger as you do more and more together.
Absolutely. So going back still to the lessons learned from Ukraine, how is the war changing the way we think about war in general within the military command, not only NATO, but our general staffs?
Yeah. It might not be changing the way we think about war. It's reminding us that there are various types of war. So we had the experience of crisis management through the 90s and the 2000s, Afghanistan, Balkans, peacekeeping and things like that. And this is just a different type of war. This is a large-scale war of force on force and maneuver. And it reminds us some very important things. First of all, the unbelievable destructive power of modern militaries is something we have to take into deep consideration. It should make us reluctant to go to war and eager to find ways to deter war, which is one of my principal jobs, of course. We discovered that the scale of the conflict requires an industrial base that is robust and responds with elasticity to surges in demand. That is a real lesson from this war. We see that a war like this requires highly trained people. As complex maneuvers are attempted and as complex modern warfare is waged in high-pressure, high-tempo operations, you really need professionals. And here, I think we see one of the big advantages of the military forces of our alliance. Our people are of the highest caliber, and the level of their training is spectacular.
Absolutely. Do you feel Russia is deterred?
Do I feel Russia is deterred? Yes. I believe that we have accomplished so far our mission of deterring Russia from laying a finger on any part of this alliance, to include right here in Lithuania.
Excellent. Thank you. And before we wrap up, because we have a few more minutes left, I wanted to ask you, what does also yesterday's announcement of Sweden and the previous Finnish accession mean for NATO? How would you comment these enlargements?
I think they're terrific news. I was extremely gratified last night to receive the news about Sweden. I'm very, very excited about that. From a military perspective, first of all, both countries bring very capable militaries into the alliance immediately. There is not a development program that's necessary or an institutional reform program. These militaries have been interoperating with alliance forces on operations, in training for years. So first of all, they bring ready-to-serve military capability and capacity. The second thing they bring is a new geography to the northern part of our area of responsibility. The Baltic Sea is now a very different place because it's surrounded by NATO nations with strong navies and strong militaries. So I think those two things right there are just enormous advantages that come in right away.
Yeah. And I can confirm I've just returned from Visby, and the feeling that the control over the Baltic Sea now lies in NATO hands is a very optimistic feeling in Sweden and in Finland.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And my last question would be, of course, about the 360-degree idea. What does that mean in an era of systematic rivalry? We also have here a number of countries, partner countries, coming from the Indo-Pacific. We have Australia and New Zealand that we welcome. What does it mean for NATO, really, in this new system?
Yeah. So first of all, I think you can look at it in layers, this question of 360 degrees. For each nation, each member state in the alliance, there are a variety of different threat vectors. It's not just geographical. There's informational problems. There's critical infrastructure. There is information environment. So the threats come at us from all different directions, not just geographically from east to west, first of all. Second, for us as an alliance, the threats are both, or the challenges, I should say, are not only from east to west, but rather also from the south. We have serious concerns about transnational issues from our southern tier. As you know, Allied Command Operations has geographic bands down there that we keep an eye on. Of course, we have two named adversaries in our strategic concept. Terror groups are also very important to us, and one of our regional plans is very heavily focused on terror groups. So that's another aspect. And then finally, of course, there's the fact that we're in an interconnected world. It's very hard to think of a problem that will be located only in Europe, for us to solve only in Europe, but rather all of our problems are going to be global. So we very much welcome the partners from the Indo-Pacific region who come to visit, because there is going to be a natural interconnectedness of security challenges there and security challenges here.
Absolutely. And as I am told, I have my last minute. Darrell, what would be your message, not only to today's here audience, experts, people really knowing NATO, but most importantly, the general public that's listening us online right now, about the state of NATO alliance and how we will move forward, but also our support to Ukraine, which we cannot forget is fighting a war of attrition, an aggressive war against Russia?
Well, our support for Ukraine is unquestioned, and it's ironclad, and we will be here to help them as long as it takes. For the alliance itself, I think my message would be very short and very simple. This is the most successful alliance in the history of humankind, and it is stronger today than it has been in all the years I've been associated with it. And it's we are very lucky to be at this point in history with such a collection of like-minded nations working together.
Thank you very much, General. On this very optimistic note, let's give a big round of applause to General Cavalli.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's so great to be with you. I'm Vivian Salama of the Wall Street Journal, and we are obviously continuing the very important discussions that we've been having here today. We're here talking about Voice of Change, a talk for civil society leaders. Obviously, as someone who has covered wars for years, I can tell you that wars obviously have the greatest impact on civilians, on civil society. And one of the things that's very interesting, and perhaps, you know, something we need to constantly consider, is that one of the hardest hit societies in this war, this invasion of Ukraine, is also the Russian civil society, and we have to remember that there are other people on the other side of the border who are also impacted. And so joining me is someone who needs no introduction, not only because he is a renowned chess master, grandmaster, but also a leading voice in Russian civil society and activism. Gary Kasparov, nice to be with you. So, you know, as we say, the elephant in the room is what happened in the last couple of weeks in Russia with regard to perhaps what was the biggest challenge to President Putin's authority. And so I wanted to see if you could talk a little bit about what that means, not only for Putin, but for the civil society and what comes next for Russia.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's unavoidable, you know, just not to mention Prigozhin and whatever name you use for his performance, mutiny, rebellion. I'm not so sure what's the correct term, because I've been saying for a long time that analyzing Putin's Russia, we have to, you know, look for Godfather, Maria Puza. It's a mafia state, and that's why I think the Prigozhin's challenge should be viewed, you know, from this angle. It's not a rebellion to challenge Putin as a president. I think it's a fight within inner circle, because Prigozhin's statements just prior to his challenge, they were concentrated on criticism of the war. It's not about, yeah, fight the war to the last soldier, but to the opposite, you know, the war went in the wrong directions, and I'm not sure why Prigozhin said, why we attacked Ukraine at the first place. I think what we saw there was a clear message to Putin from some of his inner circle. And don't forget, Prigozhin served food to Putin. Knowing Putin's paranoia, you should understand how close Prigozhin was to Putin. It's a St. Petersburg mafia, and I think many of them, or some of them, are very much concerned now about losing business. So they don't care killing Ukrainians, Syrians, Africans, whoever, even Russians, but they do care about losing businesses. And I think there was nothing personal. Vladimir, so we are on the losing end of this war. And it's still a fight within Putin's inner circle, because some of them believe that they can win the war of attrition. And the reason I think Putin and some of his close supporters believe they can win the war by out-suffering Ukraine and waiting until there's a fatigue, you know, grows in the West, it's indecisiveness of Americans and NATO. And hopefully this summit actually will send the right message to those who, like Prigozhin, believe that, you know, they had to find a way out of this. I don't think Putin can accept it, but clearly, you know, what's happened then it was demonstration that all this talks about escalation, you know, it's just, you know, it's a hot air. Because it's how can you expect Putin to start a nuclear war if he found no soldiers willing to die for him when 5,000 mercenaries marched to Moscow? Prigozhin had no intention of taking over Moscow. That's why the whole story about overwhelming force waiting for him at River Oka, nonsense. I think it was a message sent to Putin, and that's why I was puzzled to see that so many experts talked about Prigozhin's future. I mean, he's met Putin now because they continue negotiations about preserving their business, and it seems to me that more and more people within Putin's inner circle getting really concerned about Putin's failed policies.
We could probably spend the entire day just talking about this. It was a very fascinating series of events. But I do want to ask you in general about the flow of information taking place right now in Russia. Obviously, this is something that's very relevant to me personally. My friend and colleague, Evan Gershkovich, is sitting in a Russian prison wrongfully detained on charges of espionage. But Russian media is also no stranger to this, and the Russian regime has been so intent to to control the messaging going forward. And so how then does civil society know what's true, manage to thrive, and continue from here?
There is no civil society. Russia today is, if you're an analog, you know, in history, it's Germany 1943, 1944. So this is the agony of the regime that spent decades taking control of the public space. So one of the first attacks of Putin when he was elected president, was to destroy independent media. So just to understand, the mood of people in Russia is just, remember that, the Germans fought to the last bunker, last soldier, after 12 years of Hitler in power. Putin is in power twice as long. And of course, the modern propaganda, the tools, they're far more sophisticated than Dr. Goebbels had at his disposal. And we have probably some Russians who are not, not willing to support the war. I don't think that the percentage of people who oppose war on moral ground was more than 10, maybe 10, 15%. The support for the war, I don't think is overwhelming, but majority just doesn't care and try to sit on the fence waiting for the outcome. The problem is the longer the war goes on, so this is the mood is hardening. And I'm not surprised to feel from, I say feel because I don't trust any polls, feel from Russian social media that the mood is hardening. So just because it's a war, we are, by the way, Putin's propaganda made it very clear. It's not a war against Ukraine. It's a war against NATO. So it's every day they say, we're fighting NATO, we're fighting NATO, we're fighting NATO. That's why all the cautious voices from the other side think we have to avoid confrontation with Russia. It's a wishful thinking. Putin is fighting with you.
But that's a really extraordinary statement you just made, saying there's no civil society, and it's pretty extraordinary. I mean, even when my repeated trips to Ukraine, people who had relatives across the border in Russia, they would tell me that we would call them, we would tell them what's happening here, and they don't believe us. They don't believe their own relatives. And so,
yes,
short of maybe a regime change, what will bring about a shift in Russia?
It's psychological. I think this is the beginning of liberation of Russia from Putin's fascism will not start before Ukrainian flag is raised in Sevastopol, period. Anything else is wishful thinking. You have to kill the idea of the empire in the minds of Russians. They have to understand the war is lost. If Russian history is any guide, is the changes in Russia started with the lost wars and lost geopolitical battles. You can go back to the Crimean War, mid-19th century, Russo-Japanese War, and of course 1917, and even 1989, Afghanistan. So the moment Russian people understand that the regime is losing, and that could be the ultimate loss, the last war of the Russian Empire. Ukraine liberates all these territories, Sevastopol included. That's a message that we have to look elsewhere. Before it happens, nothing can change it. Even if you give me now 30 minutes uninterrupted on Russian television at 9 p.m. Prime time, I don't think I can tell anything before the map of the front line is still stable.
But is there no group, organization, or even individuals out there that are starting to raise questions when these young boys have one-way tickets to the front lines in Ukraine?
Look, people who marched with me peacefully on Russian streets, either in exile, most of us, or in jail, like Alexei Navalny and Karamurza and others, or killed like Boris Nemtsov. So, again, public, yes, they are unhappy, but it's now a war that, again, we have no choice. If you live in Russia now, and again, I follow the social media, I could see that even pro-Western people, they say, we have no other choice. So again, it's only decisive Ukrainian victory, and sooner better will give us a chance to actually say, you know what, we have to start thinking otherwise. And also, it's very important to start, splitting Russian elite. And it's not going to happen unless, there's a very clear message about the end of the war. And I'm expecting here to hear the statement: Ukraine must win. And it's people I represent, the Russian Action Committee, the group I founded with Michael Khodorkovsky last May. We clearly say Ukrainian victory includes three things: liberation, reparation, and justice. Full liberation of Ukrainian territories, reparation, and justice. Justice is very important because that's the way to split Russian elite, to send a very clear message that all war criminals will be brought to justice. Because all Russian elite, they are thieves and thugs, but very few of them are murderers. So you have to make sure that governors, who are just not the most pleasant persons on this planet, again, thieves and thugs, they will have a chance to see their future separate from Putin and his military commanders and inner circle that are responsible for this horrible war.
What role is the Russian diaspora playing in all of this? There are powerful voices like yourself who have been calling for change, who are not based in Russia and immediately subject to the dangers.
Yes, and that's another problem. So I have to say that, unfortunately, I represent minority in Russian diaspora, in Russian political opposition. And the big debate here is whether it's Russia's war or Putin's war. Unfortunately, it's a Russia's war now, and we have many people who are trying just to undermine the sufferings of Ukrainians. It's a casualties of the war. We saw recently this debate about the shark, and the attacks on Estonian Prime Minister and others, who, I found it's despicable because I believe that every Russian, myself included, just have a collective responsibility for the crimes committed in Ukraine. Though my first article about Vladimir Putin was published, about his threat coming from Putin, was published in the Wall Street Journal January 4, 2001. So, but I still understand, we have this responsibility, and we just, we have no rights, moral rights, to criticize Ukrainians, whatever they do. And unfortunately, we're facing the dramatic challenge for the future of Russia, because people will have this view of Russians as criminals, as they had against Germans, a grudge against Germans for many years. Unfortunately, majority of Russian political opposition and many groups who are, by the way, being generously funded by European Union or Americans, they just don't see it. And this is a big debate coming within us. And again, we're trying to make sure that people who are willing, what we say in half-jokingly, people who are willing to leave Putin's North Korea and to move to our, let's say, virtual South Korea, they have to say three things. As I say, 5 seconds without stuttering. War is criminal, regime legitimate, Crimea is Ukraine. If you can say that, so you should be given a chance to be adopted in the free world. And we have, by the way, unique opportunity now with millions of Russians who left Russia. So they should be given a chance not to stay in a no man's land in the middle, just stuck in the middle. They should be given a chance to make this statement, to separate or to sever their ties with Putin's Russia and start building something outside of Russia, hoping that the moment comes, maybe sooner rather than later, we'll try to go back and just to rebuild our come from scratch. The problem is there's an irrational fear of Russia's collapse after Ukrainian victory. And let's be honest, that's the main reason why Americans are not willing to give all the weapons, because they see Ukraine wins, Russia loses, Russia collapses, China getting stronger, and that's geopolitical nightmare. Without having a comprehensive vision about what comes next in Russia, how we can play, using all these cards, including these millions of Russians in exile now. So we're not going to finish the war and also to offer some future for the whole region, not only for Ukraine.
I mean, we have an extraordinary collection of global influencers in the room and here at the summit. What's your message to them? What can they do to kick the can down the road for Russian civil society and help them to be free?
Again, I said it's mandatory. Ukraine wins. So sooner Ukraine wins, better chances for Russia to not to collapse completely. So it's a very good chance, and I think it's a tragedy that some of the Russian regions may decide to go on their own. Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Chechnya, not a big deal. So it happens, it happens. We have to make sure that Russian transformation will be a peaceful one from an empire into the confederation and parliamentary republic. Is it possible? Yes. Because if Russia loses the war soon and Putin regime collapses, and it's inevitable, you have many Russians looking, east and west and recognizing the dilemma is simple. Either you become the subordinate to China, and let's not forget, China is the only country that has a massive territorial claim to Russia. Just the size of territorial claim is 1.5 million square kilometers. The entire piece from Vladivostok, which is called on Chinese maps now Han-Shenli, to Irkutsk. So, and it's based on the old maps and old treaties between Russian kingdom and Chinese empire. So, if China is one choice, Europe another one, majority of Russians will move in this direction. I say, don't expect my compatriots, unfortunately, to accept values of the free world by heart, but they do it by stomach. So this is a way to be cynical about it. So and also the war. This war is a war about values. So that's why it is good that we talk about civil society. You see the difference between the war being conducted on two sides. Ukrainians are trying to avoid casualties. Russians deliberately attack civilian population. So that's why the whole idea that you can negotiate peace is impossible. Not every war ends at negotiating table. War on values cannot end at negotiating tables, whether it was a World War II or American Civil War. Thanks God it was not negotiated. So this is because there's no negotiated outcome if you have two very opposite set of values. Putin wants to bring the world back to the might is right. Ukrainians fighting, just the only war NATO was built for, which is defending free Europe. And that's why I think, again, is recognizing that, you have to find the right algorithm to kill this irrational fear about collapse of Russia, and helping Ukraine win as soon as possible is the only way forward.
We have only about 30 seconds left, but I want to quickly ask about sanctions and its impact on Russian society. Do you feel like it's it's penetrated at all, or if it's had a negative impact.
Sanctions are biting, but again, Russia knows how to evade them, and it's unfortunately, this is why we have 11 packages of sanctions in Europe. So the mechanism of forcing them is not there. You have to start showing teeth and punishing companies that are helping Russia to survive. Yeah, it's nice to read, that business is flourishing, that Raiffeisen Bank quadrupled its profit in 2023, but that's how Putin regime gets, gets their hopes alive. They believe that somehow they can win this war of attrition, psychological, financial, and then maybe a miracle happens. Trump wins, something else happens. We have to kill these hopes by demonstrating that the West is united, free world is united, by helping Ukraine to win, and it also means forcing sanctions to work.
A very short but informative conversation. Thank you so much, Garry Kasparov. Thank you so much, everyone.
Everybody, I'm Hadley Gamble, senior international journalist and television presenter, and it's a great pleasure to me to welcome you guys once again to this conversation in the spotlight with the Deputy Prime Minister of Italy, as well as the Foreign Minister, Mr. Antonio Majani. It's great to have you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for hosting me today.
My first question would have to be off the back of a meeting that you had earlier today with the head of the IAEA. You were discussing what could potentially be a catastrophe for Ukraine, and that would be Russia's targeting of their nuclear facilities at Zaporizhia.
For the Italian government, it is very important to protect Zaporizhia, because it's very dangerous to fight against Zaporizhia, because we risk a disaster, not as Chernobyl, but more and more complicated. For this, we are supporting the strategy of Mr. Grossi. I send a clear message: count on Italy. We are pushing also in front of the United Nations in favor of a free zone around Zaporizhia. It's not easy, but we need to talk on this. We need to push in this direction, because it's a good step also for starting for a new season, for talking on peace clearly in this zone, because I think it's very dangerous.
Do you believe that a nuclear catastrophe is imminent?
Exactly. Also this idea to use nuclear weapons by Russia is a big mistake, because we need to push in the corner the nuclear weapons if you want to work for peace, because we are defending Ukraine because we want peace. Peace is injustice. Peace with justice is the freedom of Ukraine. This is very clear, but we want peace. All together with NATO, with the European Union, all together working for peace. Peace is to push out the Russians and to achieve an agreement, and then to have absolutely the freedom of Ukraine.
Peace comes at a cost. And we've just heard from the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe about modernizing collective defense. Now, that is expensive. Do you believe that we should see an increase in the floor of NATO spending beyond the 2%?
Italy is strongly engaged in NATO actions everywhere with a lot of soldiers, and also close to here in Riga there are a lot of Italian soldiers. There are Italian soldiers everywhere, also in Western Balkans, not only close to the border with Ukraine. We are spending a lot of money, but we are ready for doing more. We are ready for doing more, for spending more. But we need to look also at Italian engagement. When we talk on money, of course, we are ready for doing more, but please look at the Italian engagement everywhere, because the Italian engagement is very, very, very important. There are, as I said, a lot of soldiers, not only close to the border with Ukraine, but also in the Western Balkans, also in Africa. Pay attention at Africa, Middle East, because the security is the only one security. We want to protect Europe, we want to protect Ukraine, but we need to protect, in the same time, the Mediterranean region, because Wagner is working hard in sub-Saharan region, and there are Wagner soldiers, but also Daesh close to the Wagner soldiers. There is Boko Haram. There are a lot of problems. Horn of Africa is a very dangerous situation. Middle East is a dangerous situation. Iran, nuclear. We need to look at this. The security is not only, security is everywhere. For NATO, it's important to work also in Indo-Pacific region. We need to look at Indo-Pacific region. My idea, the idea of Italy, the strategy of Italian foreign policy is to work more with India. India is very, very, very important for a good, positive, with more security Indo-Pacific strategy.
So India versus China. Is India the preferred partner?
China is a counterpart. China is not a democracy. We need to talk with China, of course. It's possible to explore more the Chinese market, but we need a level playing field. The competition is the competition. We want a competition without dumping, social dumping, environmental dumping. There are a lot of children working in China.
Do you believe that NATO and its allies are doing enough to combat the problem of China?
We need to be more present in the Pacific region. On Taiwan, we want the status quo. Our policy is one China policy, of course, but as I said, level playing field is very clear position. We want a level playing field. To be part of the public procurement in China is difficult for an Italian or European company. For the Chinese, it's easier in Europe or in Italy. This is the level playing field. We want to talk with China. It's okay. Also, the trip of Mrs. Yellen to Beijing is a positive. The dialogue is very important.
Do you think that China should be brokering a peace between Russia and Ukraine?
I think
as has been suggested by Beijing?
China is very important. If China decides to push in the right direction, we will achieve good results. The peace project of China is not good because we don't have a clear position on the Russian army. If we want to achieve an agreement on peace, we need to have Russian army out of Russia. We need to push out the Russian army. This is the only one solution if you want. For this China, there are, for me, good points, but the key point is no mention of the withdrawal of Russian army.
Walk me through this one. We talked a little bit about military spending, and I understand that your government does not anticipate heeding that 2% target until 2028. But given the fact that throughout this morning we've been talking about as the Secretary General calls it, a war of attrition, one that he sees no sign of ending, does it not then make sense that it would be a good idea for Italy to accelerate that timeline to getting to 2%? Would your government be open to doing that?
But as I said,
because your economy is doing a lot better than it has been.
The economy now is going up, but unfortunately, in Italy and Europe, there is an inflection, but not an internal inflection. It's coming from abroad. We are living a difficult moment. The economy is going up, but the inflection is stopping this growth. For this, we need to be prudent. Of course, we are strongly engaged in NATO. We are ready for doing more. But please, we need to look at Italian engagement, because to have a lot of Italian soldiers everywhere, this is not easy. We pay a lot of money. There are, for example, the Italian Navy, the Italian Guardia di Finanza, the Italian Coast Guard, strongly involved in the Mediterranean Sea. This is an action in favor of security. For example, there are a lot of Guardia di Finanza soldiers in Albania, working against drug traffickers, human traffickers. This is a military engagement or not? For us, it's a military engagement because they are working for the security. The first idea is a police action, but really it's a military action because it is in favor of security. Because if we want to stop the human traffickers, the drug traffickers, the weapons traffickers, this is for our security, for security of the Mediterranean Sea. The Mediterranean Sea, we need the Mediterranean Sea as a market, a free market, without Russian invasion. Why we are supporting Tunisia in this difficult moment? Why we want to achieve an agreement in Libya? Because we want to push out the Russians and to have a good link between us and North African countries. Of course, Morocco and Jordan are very good friends of us. Also, Egypt is a good friend of us. But we need to do more because the danger is Russia is, as a condor, ready for...
Well, frankly, I mean, you're at the front lines of NATO's southern defense, and you say we're in danger as an alliance of not doing enough to combat those threats. What do you see, though, is the greatest danger? Is it the migrant flows?
It's a cocktail of dangers. Migrants, terrorism, climate change, health problems, poverty. For this, we need a strong European engagement in Africa. I think the Marshall Plan, European Marshall Plan, in favor of growth. Because, as you know, the farmers leaving agriculture because climate change, they are the new soldiers of Al-Qaeda or Daesh. This is the danger. For this, we need to look at the Mediterranean Sea, looking at the security.
Yeah.
Also, the climate change is a problem because the desert is eating agriculture. In Niger, for example, Niger is a good country. They want to stay with us. But there are problems also in Horn of Africa. Terrorism, piracy, everything is a problem for our security. NATO is a political organization, not only an organization for defense. Yeah. Before there is the political decision, then the defense. For this, we need to study a strategy, European and NATO together, also with the Americans, of course, with the United, for Italy. The two most important points of our policy is transatlantic relations and the European Union. For this is clear, the American engagement for us is very, very important to work with the Americans for strengthening the security in the Mediterranean Sea. But the Mediterranean Sea is part of our strategy for security. Of course, Ukraine, Middle East, too, Iran also on nuclear.
Your government's been very positive in the sense of bringing Ukraine or fast-tracking Ukraine into the NATO alliance. But we've seen hesitancy. We see it from U.S. President Joe Biden. Do you believe that's a mistake?
But I think it's important to protect Ukraine, to strengthen Ukraine. But I believe the American position is a good position. We need to work step by step. The first step for having Ukraine part of NATO after the end of the war is NATO-Ukraine Council. Is a political council, military also council, for working together, not only on Ukraine, but talking with the Ukrainians on our security in the world. This is an involvement, Ukrainian involvement, very important, is a very important step. And then after the end of this war, there is another important step for having Ukraine inside NATO. This is, for me, is a good message to Ukraine. We believe in Ukraine. We want to strengthen Ukraine. We are ready for doing more for the defense, but only for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Our engagement is not only a military engagement, it's a political engagement, because Ukraine will be part of the European Union. Ukraine will be part of our internal market. For this is crucial for us to work for the construction. I organized with the Italian government a big event in Rome with 1,000 companies, Italians and Ukrainians, for paving the way for the first reconstruction. Starting today, reconstruction is crucial for sending a strong message by NATO, Europe, by us to Ukraine. For this, we believe in Ukraine. They are our best friends. We are working hard at European level, at the national level with Ukraine. The position of Italy is very clear. I think in Europe, Italy is a key point in defense of Ukraine because we are engaged, because we are defending our values.
So you don't believe the American position is that they're slow-rolling NATO membership for Ukraine? You think that timeline and the hesitancy that we're seeing coming from the White House is okay?
There is a good result today. Sweden is part of NATO. For this, I want to thank Turkey because they decided to vote in favor. This is important message. Europe.
But they got F-16s.
Yes, but but I think we want to.
They got a take-home gift.
Yes, I think it's important to work step by step. I am pragmatic, and I want to be optimistic. This to have Finland and Sweden today in NATO, not as guests today in Vilnius, but as part of our political and military organization, also with the agreement of Ankara. This is a political point, very, very important. After a long debate on this, finally the conclusion has been very, very, very positive. Then we need to move on, all together for the security, but security is a strong instrument for living in peace. We want to live in peace, but as the Roman Empire said, si vis pacem para bellum, we need to have a strong defense if we want to protect peace. Our goal is peace. We are not engaged against Russia. This is very clear. We are engaged in defense of Ukraine, in defense of the international rules, in defense of democracy. Because at this moment the problem is between democracies and the different regimes in the world. We are part of democracy. We are part of freedom. This is a point very important, values. It's very, very important. It's not an engagement for power. It's an engagement in defense of our values.
Two questions on that one. Would your government then be open to extending military authorization for weapons to Ukraine beyond 2023? Do you believe that that's going to happen? Because as of right now, that stops at the end of the year.
We are ready for doing what we need to do. We are supporting in every sector Ukraine. Of course, our weapons are weapons for the defense of Ukraine, because I underline another time, we are not anywhere against Russia. We are engaged in defense of Ukraine. We want to push out the Russians, but our engagement is not against Russia. Our weapons are for the defense of the freedom of Ukraine. It's completely different.
I noticed that you're hesitant to call out Russia in terms of, you call them other forms of government. You hesitate to call them a dictatorship. The West and NATO's response to this conflict has raised a lot of eyebrows beyond the West, and I'm talking about in the Middle East, where you have other forms of government. Should they be worried about the West's attitude? Because they are.
Yes, the situation in the West, I think, is positive. We are working in defense of the freedom. But we need to do more, probably. We need to talk more among us. We need to, for example, to do more in the Western Balkans. Italy is strongly engaged in this region because without a strong European but also NATO engagement in this region, we will lose many important countries because Russia and other non-European countries want to be present and to put the umbrella for the protection of these countries in the Western Balkans. Our engagement is to talk and to work for peace, for example, between Serbia and Kosovo. The Italian soldiers are in the middle between Serbians and Kosovo, working for peace. Also in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are strongly engaged for peace. There are the Italian soldiers in Republika Srpska working for peace. Also Albania is very important, Montenegro, North Macedonia. I will organize in Italy before the end of this month a very important meeting between Albania, North Macedonia, Bulgaria and Italy for talking on growth, on transport, for building the new European corridor from Europe to the Western Balkans. This is, I think, an important engagement. We need to invest. We need to be present. We need to do business with these countries. For this, to lose Serbia and other countries should be a big mistake. It's important to have these countries with us and not against us under Russian control. This is very, very important. For this, we need to work hard in this region, as we need to work hard in Africa. But the strategy is the same. The border, more or less, is the same. We start from here, and we go through Ukraine to the Western Balkans to the Mediterranean region. Also in the Pacific, so through Suez, there is the Pacific Ocean. This is very in the Indian Ocean. This is very, very important to be present also in this region. For this, I underline the importance of India. India is crucial. We need to strengthen the cooperation between us and India because India is the most important democracy in this region. And then there are a lot of Indian people. This is very, very important.
Foreign Minister, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Our next session is about to start, and I'm very happy to say we're joined by Wendy Gilmore, who is the Assistant Secretary General for Defence Investment at NATO. We're also joined by Paul Johnson, who's Sweden's Defence Minister, Antti Häkkinen, who is Finland's Defence Minister, and last but not least, Boris Pistorius, who is the German Defence Minister. And Mr. Johnson, you probably guessed that I was going to ask you this question first. How are you feeling this morning?
I feel very glad, I can assure you. No,
Why is that?
No, but very grateful for Secretary General's hard work on this issue. Very grateful also to Turkey's hard work on this. And I think the message that came out yesterday was good for Sweden, and it was good for NATO. I think it gives a strong message to the whole Vilnius summit about the importance of cohesion and unity at the crucial time for Euro-Atlantic security. So we stand ready as soon as possible to join NATO as full-fledged members of the alliance. In addition, I think it's also very helpful for the Swedish-Finnish cooperation as well, that we will have the same kind of security arrangement, and we can all be based on NATO's common defense planning.
And can I ask, of course, being a reporter, I want to know, when you say as soon as possible, what does that mean? Do you have a date that you would like?
I think that's for our Turkish friends to decide. As far as I understand, there will be consultations this coming week and so forth, but we have respect, of course. This is a sovereign matter for Turkey to make that process, a parliamentary process. But
the NATO, obviously, the NATO flag is already waiting for you to put that flag in there.
We'll have to wave it as soon as possible. I think it's very good also for NATO's regional plans that we can be fully integrated into those as well. I think that's good for the deterrence and defense agenda.
And Mr. Häkkinen, you went through that process too. Obviously, you started together at one point, it got separated, and now it seems that you are reunited. What does it mean for you?
Well, this is a big historical day, and steps from the Swedish side towards the membership. I think Sweden joining NATO will fulfill the Finland's NATO membership also. Like our president has said, it will intensify the security in Nordic countries, and in whole NATO. That's a highest stake. What comes to the future steps, I think the Nordic cooperation will go deepen, and also the regional defense planning and all these things are going smoothly onwards. That's why this is a big day.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. And Mr. Pistorius, just briefly on the news, and then I promise we'll go back to the topic of our panel. Today you announced a mega package again for Ukraine. Why did you want to do this today? What's the message? What's behind it?
Well, I think going to friends, it's always a good sign to take some presents along. And therefore it was on short time made decision of the German government to make that package again, about almost 700 million euros, which means Marder's and Leopards and ammunition and Patriots and so on. So it's another really huge package altogether. We will have spent until the next, until 27, more than 17 billion euros. So we are proceeding because we are convinced that it is necessary and the only right way to support Ukraine as long as it takes.
And some say you're the Leopard band. I remember when you went on the tank and you were there when the first ones were sent. So there's more coming. That's basically what you say.
Yes.
And Wendy, of course, thank you for joining us. From the NATO perspective, and this is a question for all of you. When I say 2% defense spending, what does that mean? But also, what's behind the number?
So we're really encouraged today by, I think, the conversation that our leaders will have about renewing what are the 3 C's in the NATO context. The amount of cash, which is the 2% of gross national product, which will be established as the floor of our level of ambition, the contributions that NATO members make to the commitment that NATO members make to NATO operations, and frankly, the capabilities that cash will buy, which is now established as 20% of the overall amount spent on defense. And these 3 elements together are really important as we renew the deterrence and defense agenda, which is crucial. And we're also really looking forward today to their leaders considering a defense production action plan, which is all about the action of how it is that we're going to work together as an alliance to address the capabilities that are needed and to get those capabilities into service as commitments.
And that's a crucial point too, the production, but also even replenish the stocks here, because the war is very active, but you also need to have a strong army yourselves. So in terms of that 2%, what does it mean for you, gentlemen? Mr. Johnson, everyone start with you.
As Wendy said, this is a floor, but not the ceiling. Sweden is going up.
What's the ceiling for you?
Well, as high as it takes. But what we said is in order to
You're getting a lot of applause from
making Europe secure. I mean, if we don't get it now, this is the worst time in European security since the end of the Second World War, whenever we're going to be doing the defense investment. So by next year, Sweden is going to increase defense expenditures 1 year about 2 billion. So we're going to go up to 2.1% of GDP. And then we have a trajectory up to 2.2, 2.3, in line with the principle, to be significantly over 2%. I think it's absolutely necessary in order to make the credible investments that you need for the defense and deterrence agenda.
And for you, Mr. Häkkinen, what's the 2%, and what do you feed into it behind it? Because it's not just a number. There's also an idea behind it. There's a system, perhaps some models. We talk about the European defense industry, how to build more, produce more. What's behind it for you?
I think the big philosophy is here that Europe is taking much more at their own higher responsibility of their own security matters, and that's why we have to invest more in security and do it fast. But we have to do it properly with quality, and that's the challenge now. And in Finland, we are now investing a lot more in defense. It's over 2% now, 2.3, and of course we have this conscription system, which is still quite cheap and effective, and that is also taken into account. And in future years, we are investing much more. But we are still looking quite strictly that the quality is the matter, not the spending only. And that's why we have to have the quality which brings the capabilities. You have to use the euros wisely.
And value for money. And Mr. Pistorius, Germany, the 2%, at times complicated. When I say 2%, what does it mean for you now?
2%.
The 2% defense spending.
2%. It means 2%.
It means 2%?
Well, I come from Lower Saxony, which is a quite flat region in the northern part of Germany. And people in Lower Saxony are said to be very firmly and strongly standing on the ground, on the base. So I rather prefer to say we are standing on a firm base of 2%, everybody of us. And then we have to try to reach any ceiling we don't even see. I don't believe that we should, to say it the other way around, I would rather prefer not to talk too much about a ceiling. We should talk about the base, a really strongly committed base, because that is a serious problem. We have to be honest. In Germany, 2% pledge would mean at the moment more than 75 billion euros. In fact, actually, I have a budget of 52. So together with a special fund I got about 100 billion euros last year, I will be able during the last years to reach a 2% pledge by spending that 100 billion special fund. No problem about that. But the years afterwards, we have to reflect and to think about how are we going to achieve the money of 20 billion. We have to be honest about that. Therefore, I really don't want to talk about 3% or 4%, because we have to tell the people in Germany, in Sweden, in Finland, in France, and everywhere else, what is the price of security? What is the price of what we are doing here? What is the price of deterrence and defense? Because 30 years, for decades, we were not used to spend money for deterrence and defense because we thought there is no enemy outside any longer. So now it's necessary to do that again, and it's not a process of just a couple of weeks or months to explain that to the people. It is a totally change of the mindset.
It's a shift in the public opinion, and no need for a follow-up question, because I could see you both nodding. Do you want to add any extra comments on this?
I think it's not, and I agree completely, it's not so much talking about a ceiling, it's talking about spending what we need to spend in order to assure ourselves of the deterrence and defense of the whole Euro-Atlantic area. And one of the things that this leaders will do today in Vilnius is consider a new family of plans that NATO is putting together to deliver what it is that's needed. And that family of plans has commitments attached to it. It has capability targets. And again, one of the things that we need to do, bringing it to the subject of this this particular panel is figure out what is the defense industrial base in the Euro-Atlantic area that we need to deliver to those plans, and then to make sure that we have our industry partners and our government partners working together to do that. And if I can just, one more little thing now, is that one of the ways we do that is by helping, as NATO, helping nations work together to spend the money as wisely as possible. And we do that through understanding the defense industrial base. We do that through applying NATO standards so that we are interoperable with one another. Yeah. And we do that by working together, by aggregating demand and making sure that we have the economies of scale and the efficiency so that we're getting best value for our taxpayers.
And Mr. Johnson, do you want to add on that?
Well, I think the mood has fundamentally changed, just as Boris said. You know, the power of example of a war going on, and I used to say that security is a bit like air. When you have it, you don't really miss it, but when it disappears, there's nothing is nothing is as important as getting back like that. So I feel there's a completely different mood. People are willing to invest, and we're gonna have to invest because many of us are starting from a low level of underspending for decades. So it's gonna take time. Now, money is gonna be good, but it's not gonna be enough. What we have to do is to build capabilities, and that takes a little bit of time. It demands interoperability, it means training, it means stocking up on our warehouses and so forth. Just last point, which I think is very important also, what Wendy was talking about, our defense industrial base. And a strong defense industrial base is actually part of credible deterrence. I mean, that's a lesson learned from the war in Ukraine. This is a war of warehouses. You have to have an industrial base, not just for peacetime situation, but you have to be able to ramp up production now when we have a large-scale war going on in Europe. And that has been quite challenging. I spent a lot of time with industry myself doing this, and that's why I'm happy also that NATO is launching an initiative on it, and we've been working during the Swedish EU presidency with this, something called ASAP and the DIRPA as well. And I think this is something where I would like to see EU and NATO working very closely together as well.
And you mentioned the industry. I work for Bloomberg, so we talk to a lot of CEOs, and one of the things they say is, we can do it, we can get to work, but we want to have visibility and we want to have long-term contracts, and this is not a story of 1 or 2 years. Is that an area where you're willing to go? You're willing to say, yes, we're ready to sign 10-year contracts. We're ready to do it now. Have a relationship with those CEOs, because they still say that they don't have that clarity.
Well, they should be able to have it because they know it. Well, they don't have, of course, all the contracts they would love to have, but they know there is a security that we will spend the money because we are obliged, that we are forced to spend the money. There is no alternative for us to do that. So they can, of course, increase the capacities of production. And they could have done that already a couple of months ago. But anyway, now they get the contracts they need. And of course, you are right, we need contracts of framework contracts of 5, 10, 15 years. And there we are again at the 2% pledge. We can only give that security, that planning security for the companies of the defense industry, if we have the 2% pledge, if we have a budget which is reliable for the next decade. Otherwise, we are not able to make contracts, framework contracts, for example, for ammunition, for aircraft, for tanks, or whatever else. And by the way, another very important point is not only the capacity of production, it's also what you mentioned, the interoperability, the interchangeability. What we learn now is quite unbelievable, at least for me, being in office only for a couple of months. But I learned we have at least like 120 different kinds of 155 ammunition, which is quite ridiculous.
Is that something that you say that is useless? We have to just look at what we have and become more compatible between us. Absolutely. It's a waste of money when we can't use what we have, essentially.
Exactly.
So you say it's not so much maybe the contracts, but it's actually get better contracts that apply to both.
It's both. It's a matter of contracts, of course, but the contracts has to have, or needs, a base, which means reliable budgets for the next years. Otherwise, we are not able to close the contracts.
Mm-hmm. You want to? You both.
Yeah, just a couple of notes. We are doing in Finland kind of long perspective defense planning earlier, before NATO, and now at the NATO time, and it's at about 10 year, 15 years planning what kind of capabilities we need and where we are going to get those, and the procurement processes are just about 7 years, 10 years. And this is the problem now. If you're lifting or ramping up your defense now, it will take several years, or either it will be very expensive, or even though you have the money, you don't get the equipment now. And that's why we have to do the right decisions now, fast, but the results are coming afterwards.
Yes.
And like Boris said, it's highly important to message this to the people. We are living in democracies. The people, why we are changing this European mode of our own security now. It is changing now. Long perspective, but decisive conclusions now. Cooperation between the European Union is highly important. And of course, there's 3 layers that the national decisions, everyone needs security of supply. For example, in Finland, we live kind of back there at the Baltic Sea, and we have, of course, the Nordic land road, but that's why the security of supply in military things is the highly important thing for us. It's crucial. We have to live in a crisis, and that's why we have to have an industrial base at the Nordic countries. But the cooperation in EU, NATO, that there's a smooth cooperation, that's the key point.
And go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, one of the critical elements, first of all, as a member of the armaments community, it's music to my ears to hear 3 very influential defense ministers saying we have to spend more time thinking about procurement and making it faster and making it more conscious decisions that prioritize capability and prioritize, frankly, at this point, schedule, in that we need those capabilities delivered quickly. The other piece that is so terribly important is making sure that we are planning these procurements from a perspective that is agile, that, you know, it's not we're buying one platform and we're going to keep it for the next 40 years, but we've got to buy these platforms consciously, collectively as NATO allies, working from the family of plans, so we know where we're working together. The nations that are working together should be sitting together and thinking about what are the capabilities we need to field, but also making sure that we can continue to update these capabilities over time, because the innovation agenda is so important. And that's, frankly, why doing things multinationally, why the European Sky Shield initiative is so terribly important. For the Nordic countries to work together as Nordevco, you know that you will be working together in the family of plans, so fielding these capabilities is just crucial.
And how does the EU, I wonder, feed into this? Because obviously you talked about we need to know what we're doing. NATO is obviously a perfect way to handle this, but obviously at an EU level, you meet very regularly all the time, and we talk about also that aspect of this. I'm not saying you have to go in separate lanes where this is a contradiction or one competes with the other, but is there a European-specific element that would have to feed into NATO for this to work?
Well, the EU is a different body because it has supranational structure. It has a commission to start off. So the EU had 2 things, which is different from NATO. One thing is, of course, more of a regulatory power. You know, we have defense procurement directives, things like that, that are not established. The other one is a matter of funding, of course, with the EDF and the European Defence Fund and the Commission and so forth. But what I think we really need to ensure is also, I don't want to come in a situation where a single European market with a single supplier. What I think Europe has always been based on diversity and competition in order to have excellence. As a consumer, I still want to have alternatives to push the prices, to make the defense industry raise to the challenge as well. So this is a balance. But in the trajectory we're moving, of course, we need to have more consolidation and more cooperation, more common acquisition across country. The last point also then on, once again, the lesson learned from the war in Ukraine. I was in Ukraine 4 weeks ago, and what we're doing in Europe right now is really exporting our fragmented industrial base to Ukraine. Ukraine now has 600 different types of weapon systems to maintain, and that, you know, that's hard work if to do logistics and training on different kind of platforms and systems. And we might be able to have CV-90s and Bradleys and various forms of tanks, but it's at least the minimum that we can have some kind of common standards when it comes to communication, interoperability, security of supply, that we can use the same kind of ammunition. And that's why I think NATO's work on standardization, but also requirements of demands in early phases are extremely important as well.
The reason why I mentioned the EU and maybe the European aspect of this is that we know there's some European countries, however, that do say we still buy a lot that is made in America. But perhaps to make this fair, we should have the French defense minister here, and she's obviously not here. So let's go back into our point of debate. I wonder, Wendy, for you, and maybe also for the three of you, if you assume this is a war that may be long-lasting, that is going to require this constant, non-stop of weapons for Ukraine to be able to defend itself. At the same time, you have to prepare what you say will be the army of the future also for NATO. How concerned are you? I mean, is there a point where you say it could get to a point where we have to decide and we're not ready yet to do both?
I honestly think that we are all capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time.
Both?
If I can use that expression. We have three main tasks in front of us. We, as all of the nations of the alliance and outside of the alliance, are helping Ukraine to win its war, to address the illegal and unprovoked invasion of its sovereign territory. At the same time, as we are assisting Ukraine, we have to replenish our own stockpiles and make sure that we continue to have what is a credible deterrence and defense for our own areas. And at the third time, we need to make sure that we are planning for our military capabilities that are agile, that are integrating innovation into the overall mix. And that's absolutely doable. And it's doable.
Is it all of it doable? Or is there an element of wishful thinking? Ultimately, there's a lot of pressure.
I think there are really intelligent planners at the NATO level. There are very capable planners at each of our national levels. I think we're working within the supranational bloc, which is the European Union, which is the North American defense industrial base. We buy from Canada, not just the United States. But we also buy from outside of the Euro-Atlantic area. So we are working very closely with trusted partners to make sure that we have industrial base that is fit for purpose. It's possible. It just means, frankly, prioritizing certain choices, making difficult public choices that my colleagues here on the panel have to deal with each and every day.
The public opinion shift in the Nordics has been enormous, but I wonder, Mr. Pistorius, how do you see it in Germany? Has the German psyche changed in the past year? How do you view it?
Much faster than I ever could expect. Much faster. If you had told me 2 years ago that a German government with a social democratic chancellor would give permission to deliver weapons in a huge amount to a country involved in a war, I would never believe that. Nobody would have believed that. Impossible, unimaginable. And now we are doing it, and nobody is not true, but the majority does not complain in any way. They still support. They are, well, many of them would rather prefer to spend more money for other purposes, like I would do. But still, they see the necessity, they see the urge, and they see the support we have to achieve to Ukraine, and they see that we have to rediscover deterrence and defense, which at least a third of our population never heard before because they were born after 1989.
And can I ask you, before I put questions to the floor, just out of personal curiosity, and we talked about this at the Munich Security Conference, the two of us, the Russian, almost Kremlin propaganda machine has a fixation with you. And they say, here's the worst German defense minister. And yet, when you look at the German public opinion, you're one of the most liked. But here's the thing, if they say you're terrible, but the Germans say you're one of the most liked politicians in Germany, is that the best compliment we could give you?
Well, when I started in this job in the 19th of February, I never planned to become the most beloved minister in Germany. I didn't either plan to become the most hated man in Russia. So this is not what I came in office for. I came in office for to organize a Zeitenwende and to rebuild the Bundeswehr and to do what is to do. And which is, it's nice to be the most beloved, and it's not so nice to be the most hated in Russia. But anyway, some of those guys offered me the lips of elk some weeks ago to eat because as a punishment. Well, I never tried it, and I won't try it.
Well, on that note, we have questions from the audience, many, in fact. If we could have a microphone, and then if you could stand up and introduce yourself, that would be great. And address the question to the person that you prefer.
Olena Halushka, International Center for Ukrainian Victory. This panel was dedicated to speaking about investing in defense and security, and I would like to twist the topic a little bit and ask about the security of investment, because international partners are very interested and speak a lot about the reconstruction, recovery of Ukraine. We've seen a lot of conferences, with one held in Berlin in October by the Chancellor Scholz, but the elephant in the room remains how to basically convince those private investors to go and put their money into Ukrainian economy if they do not have the guarantee about the sustainable and not a temporary peace. And inviting Ukraine into NATO would basically send the best signal to Germany and to all of the other Western companies, businesses, to get prepared and to be ready to invest in the reconstruction and recovery. And I have the question to Minister Pistorius. Will Germany today send the signal to their businesses by making the decision on the invitation of Ukraine into NATO?
Well, the easiest answer would be, please ask my Chancellor. Because they negotiate that at the moment, or had been negotiating during the weekend. Well, I think it is not really, to be honest, a matter of concrete and like that expressed invitation, because everybody already said and emphasized several times during the last 1.5 years, the future of Ukraine is in NATO. There is no doubt about it. It's only it's only a matter of an issue of the way to go there, and not the time to go there, the way to go there. There are certain preconditions to be refilled. There are certain circumstances we need to make that step. And of course, I'm, at least from my point of view, I'm convinced this track for Ukraine might be faster than for others, but still there is a track. So the future of Ukraine is in NATO, there is no doubt about it.
But Mr. Pistorius, she makes a very good point, because some could suggest this mega package on Ukraine, aid for Ukraine today, has been presented today because this formal invitation may not come, and this is a way of saying, okay, the invitation formally is not ready yet, but you also have this. Is there a connection or there isn't?
I didn't understand the question.
So some say this mega package that Germany has announced today, it's a way of saying maybe you don't get the formal invitation, but you do walk away from the summit with a huge package. Is there a connection?
No, there's no connection.
Okay.
The one point has nothing to do with the other. Okay. One point is to support Ukraine as long as it takes and with whatever it is necessary. Because this is our task, our responsibility, our way of solidarity and our understanding or what the free world has to do regarding autocrats like, and criminals like Putin. So this is one point. And the other point is, we just had the discussions about Sweden with some members of NATO. And we have to convince every member of the NATO at the point when the decision has to be made. And I'm quite sure the way or the track of the time which will pass is very short until Ukraine will be member of NATO, but it has to take that time. And of course you're right, all enterprises, all companies in the world, all private investors will only start to invest after the war, not during a ceasefire or whatever else. They will start investing when the war is over and they can rely on peace. And relying on peace means clear front, clear borders, means strength of Ukraine in military and other regards, and it means, of course, being embedded in an alliance. And of course, it will come. But it is not a matter to invite, to make an invitation today. There would nothing change for Ukraine, from my point of view.
Thank you for clarifying that on the package, but that was important to just precise the timing and the content. Assistant Secretary General, do you want to, before we move to questions?
Very quickly, I mean, I think one of the things we are learning right now from Ukraine is how our industries can adapt to be more innovative, how we can bring new innovations into service much more quickly. And that's something that the private investment and public investment communities need to understand as well. Ukrainian industry is stepping up in a way to address exactly what we have given them, all of these orphan capabilities. How do they support them? How do they sustain them? And so that's innovation which is driving interest, and it's frankly helping us to learn better as well.
I really think we also, because our stocks are not unlimited when it comes to the transfer of bilaterally military equipment, we really need to get our defense industrial base going, working for us, also supporting Ukraine. So the Ukraine has the possibility to procure new defense equipment as well. And we have the European Peace Facility, and we have the International Fund for Ukraine, which I think are helpful, and NATO cap and things like that. And I think one of it is also sorting out the issue of export credit as well, so the Ukrainians are able also to get access to new defense equipment. I think that's absolutely crucial for having a sustainable support for the Ukrainians.
Oh, and obviously they would say they are probably at this point the most combat ready in Europe. Do you want to go ahead?
Sergei Sidorenko, European Pravda, Ukraine. I'd like to reflect what Minister Pistorius said, that not everyone is happy with huge investments that allies have to do in their military capacities, which is quite obvious. How do you see is there a real possibility that due to that, pressure of some part of the society, Germany and maybe other allies would see that they have to decrease their military spending and spendings to Ukraine? And if you see that this possibility is there, what can we do in Ukraine, and what can other allies do to prevent that? Thank you.
Well, I would rather suggest to make a special panel for that question, because it's a very complex question. Of course, we have parts of our society in Germany, and I'm sure in Sweden or in Finland or in France or in Great Britain too, which are not happy with that. For example, the far right-wing parties in France and in Germany, they oppose against it every day. They say Russia is not guilty and Ukraine is not to be supported by us. It's not other war, or like Twitter memes, we are not in war against Russia, or whatever else. It's going on, of course, but it's not yet a majority, and I don't see it getting a majority. But I cannot swear it, because the longer it takes, the more dangerous the public opinion might be, because in the same moment we approach to elections, it's getting even more difficult and more difficult to make the
stamina.
Yes, that's very, very, very problematic for us. For example, in Germany, in the eastern part of Germany, the far right-wing party AfD is now in the polls more than 25% or even 30%. It's the strongest party in the eastern countries of Germany. So, and they are against the war. So what we have to do, what we have to achieve, is that the democratic parties in Germany do stand with Ukraine and commit with Ukraine and with the support, which is very important. Expensive too, of course, but not defending freedom and security in Europe by supporting Ukraine would be even more expensive afterwards. So that we have to convince the people about, and that is our task as politicians in Germany and other countries.
So let's continue. The ministers do have to leave, so I will ask you two very quick questions, and then they will have to go to their meetings, respectively. So go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you. Charlie Sloan, Pasternak, Finnish Institute of International Affairs. I actually would like to challenge the ministers about the industry having gotten demand signals. I mean, political ones, yes, but not signed contracts. Finland has increased its production of 155mm shells. The actual amounts are secret, but let's just say, unless God gives us more hours in the day, there really aren't going to be too many more from those factories. Why was this possible? Because the Finnish government made a multi-year commitment and signed contracts to this. So I'd like to challenge the three ministers. When you go back, you clearly understand the need for long-term contracts. What are you going to tell your governments and parliaments that they invest and commit to the future over many government periods, so industry can actually build the capacity? Thank you.
So hold that question there, and we will take the final, and hopefully we can bundle and answer all the questions at the same time.
Thank you very much. Alexei Goncharenko, member of Ukrainian Parliament representing Odessa. And that's important because my question is about the Black Sea. You are representing Baltic Sea, but there is one more sea which is also very important, which is Black Sea. And we are often saying that Putin failed to achieve his goals in Ukraine. That's true, thanks to Ukrainian resilience and your support. But unfortunately, he achieved some goals in the Black Sea. He stopped commercial navigation in the Black Sea, which is a very bad signal to the whole world. When a tyrant can stop it, Tomorrow he will decide to do it in Baltic Sea, somebody else will decide to do it in South Chinese Sea, and we know that the grain deal is expiring next week. So my question is, are you ready as NATO to make a military convoys in order to restore commercial navigations in Ukraine and to save millions of people in the world from starving if Putin will again blackmail with the world with the grain deal? Thank you very much.
So Black Sea and those long-term contracts, which, again, we'll go back to this idea of who's willing to sign this today. You have a minute.
We have
it's a challenge, I know.
Show together.
If you want to. I mean, you're very compatible already, so why not?
Okay, this is about sharing risk. That's what you mean when you, and how do you share risk? Well, the industry wants long-term commitment. We did exactly, Charlie, what you talked about in regard to artillery ammunition just a few weeks ago. We announced a big package, but that also means that we're going to challenge competition sometimes, because it means that we're going to direct our procurement to a specific company. But they need to know for the long haul, it's a strategic interest for Sweden to have production and manufacturing of, for example, artillery ammunition in Sweden, in Finland, or in Norway, for example. So I think that's also a case where we work on security supply on a Nordic basis. But it means sharing risk, and it means also that you have to direct your procurement process vis-à-vis specific companies.
We have done those long-term deals, and we are now planning to do much more of those long-term plans. And I think the mode of our governments has to be towards the citizens that this new age of security needs much more spending to defense, and that is taken off from somewhere else, from your wallet or from some other services. And like in Nordic welfare countries, we have a lot of to spend in everywhere. And that's why this is a huge political dilemma, that we have to change the attitude in the elections and everywhere.
Well, to make it brief, what you asked about the grain transports or whatever else, it is not a question which NATO has to answer. It's not a task of NATO. Mm-hmm. It's a task of nations, or even United Nations, by troops gathered by or achieved by member states of United Nations, but not of NATO. Second question, I don't consider your question as a challenging one, because in Germany we really speeded up during the last month. Last week we gave to the committee in the parliament more than 20, Vorlagen, drafts for procurement, which is much more than they got before during 10 months. So we are really speeding up for ammunition of different kinds. We made a contract for helicopters with a government-to-government deal with the United States. We made for ships for our Navy, and of course for Leopard tanks, a framework contract with other nations in Europe. So we are really speeding up, so we don't need any more contracts, well, maybe some, but not so much anymore, because that's what you said, Paul, is quite very important. We can't do contracts for 20 years, and the company who gets this contract can print its money on its own by this contract. So we have always to obey the rules for preparing procurements and to make contracts.
Well, that was very German efficiency. You got 2 answers in a minute. Well done. Thank you, sir. Any final thoughts?
I try my very best.
I'll be very brief. I have 2 sort of concluding thoughts. The one is, you have seen very clearly we have commitment from the NATO alliance, from these 3 great nations. The fact that Sweden will be soon amongst us is really important. The defense industrial base across the transatlantic area is a strategic resource, just as all of our military commitments. And so that's one of the things our leaders will be looking at today, is to really send a strong signal that it's not just governments who invest, there is private investment and others into that defense industrial base as one of the assets that we have to ensure that our deterrence and defense is effective.
Well, we could have gone on for 2 more hours, but I know you have an important meeting and you have to go to, obviously, your different delegations, so we appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Round of applause, and also a round of applause for the audience. Thank you very much.
pasakyk kada. Many thanks to the panelists and the moderator of the latter for the amplification of the defense investment topic. This was a very timely discussion, very much in sync with the current agenda of the NATO summit in Vilnius, Lithuania. And now we are going to have yet another important part of our program, and that is lunch break. So we will be back here in this room at 14:45 Lithuania time. Enjoy your lunch and use this opportunity to share your impressions.